3. I don't know why I was getting ready to do a count-in. Hello, everybody! We're live! I'm dumb. But hello. Welcome, everybody, back to Arms Trade Tycoon Tanks. One of our favorite little pastimes that we've had on the channel, going on over the past, I want to say it's been two years now, since we first started kind of getting into this. But I've been reached out to by the developer. They have given me early access to the new beta build for the game, featuring the brand new World War II tank update. That's right, folks. We started with World War I, we went into the interbellum tanks, and now we're in World War II, aka Tier 3 in the game. So welcome, everybody. We're going to get into it, but first, I kind of want to, before we go in, because you know we're going to have to start over, I'm probably not going to start all the way back to World War I stuff. I feel like we've seen that stuff enough. I don't know if I want to start in the interbellum stuff, because we've not actually covered the interbellum stuff, or if we want to just jump straight into the World War II stuff. I'm really tempted to do that. But what I want to do is go in and show you guys some of the new stuff, because I don't know how long it's going to take, and some of you guys got short attention spans. So one thing I want to say before we get started is, one of the reasons they reached out to me and wanted me to share this with you guys is, right now on Steam, the game is on sale for 25% off. So if you guys if you guys have been interested in picking this game up, highly recommend you go out on Steam, check out Arms Trade Tycoon Tanks, get yourself a little bit of a sale price right now. I don't know exactly what it costs. I want to say normally it's $30, I think. So you're going to get basically $6 off. So it should be like $24, $25, somewhere in that neighborhood. So 25% off. But you can't really argue with that, right? Maybe my maths is wrong. But I'm super excited to bring this to you guys, because you guys know I love me some World War II tanks. Right? I think we all do, right? Like, don't get me wrong, World War I interbellum tanks, they've got a certain appeal to them, but let's be real. Everybody who loves tanks started with World War II tanks. All right? That's the tanks that we all know and love, and then it gets into the modern tanks, and you can like love the modern tanks all you want. I mean, we see the Abrams right here in the front. But, I mean, look at these beautiful tanks here. Of course, World War I stuff over here, but, I mean, just a shout out to the Tiger sitting over here. I mean, I'm no expert or anything, but that is definitely a Tiger, aka the Panzerkampfwagen 6. Can't wait to check that out. Hopefully it's in the game. I would assume it is. It's World War II. It better be in the game. I'm not a German person at all. Y'all know that, but the Tiger is pretty legendary, even if it's a bit overrated, as most German stuff was for the time. But we got a Russian T-34 question mark? I could be wrong. I'm not as big at the Russian stuff, but I think it's a T-34. But, yeah, obviously you got the Abrams out here. And just as a reminder to everybody, this game will eventually get into modern tanks, right? Like, that's their game plan, was to go from World War I stuff, or even pre-World War I stuff, I forget, all the way up through interbellum tanks, World War II tanks, and post-World War II tanks, getting into your Korean War, you know, your Pattons and stuff, and then getting all the way up into the modern tanks. So I can't wait. Once this game gets finished, you guys know I've been kind of keeping up with everything. The game is a fun little game. It's kind of different from most games that you run into. This is more of a Tycoon style game. I mean, it's literally in the name, Arms Trade Tycoon Tanks. Your goal is to simply go in, start a company where you design and build tanks, and you sell your tanks to the highest bidder. Literally, you literally take contracts and you fulfill the contracts. You start out, right now we're starting with Britain. I do believe they are going to have multiple different countries as your starting origin down the road. For now, it's just Britain. So you start your company in Britain, and you can sell to every country in the world for the most part. All the major countries anyway. So, yeah. I'm ready to get in. Let's show you guys some of the new stuff. Manny! Thank you for re-upping for 23 months, my dude. Let me see. We got Manny, we got Kansas in the chat, we got Saul, we got Gamer, DePriest, Matt, MB, and Lightfoot. I want to prank my fleet commander for April Fools to say I have left the fleet. Lol. Appreciate you, man. Monique, how's it going? Alright, make sure that everything is working right. Can you guys hear the game audio? You should be hearing some music in the background right now. Let me know. And if you can hear me just fine, let me know as well. Because if I've been sitting here talking, y'all can't hear me, I'm going to be upset. But with that being said, let's get into the workshop. I'll show you guys some of the new tanks. I can't wait to see what we got, man. I'm so excited. All right, so we are going to filter for Tier 3, baby. Tier 3 filter. Let's go. All right. So, all of our Tier 3 stuff. I can't wait. And remember, they added the United States into this. Russia. Like, we're going to have a lot of tanks to look at today. I'm excited, man. So, we have the Tetrarch. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of the British stuff because that's where you start. So, these are your standard stuff. So, you got the Tetrarch, which is a little light tank. You got the Valentine. Let's look at the Tetrarch. Oh, God. Did I not? Oh, okay. I forgot how to work this. So we can actually... Okay, we don't want to build stuff just yet. I thought we could, like, just look at the regular stuff. How do we go back? Designs. Alright. Well, shucks. No. Stop clicking on things, Spartan. Good lord. Alright, so we have the Tetrarch, we have the Valentine, we have the Matilda. Staples from World War II from Britain. I'm sure there will be more down the line, but these are the first three that I've seen. So we have the Tetrarch, like I said, light tank. You got the medium tank, Valentine, and this is considered a heavy tank, even though I'm pretty confident in World of Tanks anyway, and that's where I get most of my knowledge from tanks, is World of Tanks. But World of Tanks, I'm pretty sure the Matilda was a medium tank, but pretty beefy medium tank. Then we have the Panzerkampfwagen 4, which is a medium tank, a heavy medium tank, for the Germans. We have the M3 Lee, the absolute atrocity that was the M3 Lee. Lord have mercy, that's got to be a goofy tank in this game. I can't wait to be able to get my hands on building that. And then we got a Cromwell Mark 1, very nice. Cromwell Mark 2, awesome. So you got your side guards there for the Cromwell. Love me some Cromwell action in World of Tanks. The T-34-76. So yes, I was correct. That is the T-34. I thought so when we saw the thing in the... I knew it was Soviet, obviously. I mean, they have their own, like, legit designs. So, like, I thought it was a T-34, but I could have been wrong. The Sherman! We got the Sherman Hall available. Let's go. Can't wait to get my hands on an M4 Sherman. Heavy Comet as well. So you're just various versions of the Comet. And then we have the Churchill Mark 1. AKA an absolute slow behemoth of a tank that is just obnoxious, but hey, you know, is what it is. Got a little tiny pea shooter gun in World of Tanks that was rough, but by the time you get up to the Churchill Mark 7, it was fantastic. Churchill Mark 2 as well. I'm not sure the differences. You can see a little bit of differences for the vents on the side of the tracks there. I think those are vents. Could be wrong. The IS-2. Oh my god. We getting into the Russian heavies too? Very nice. Look at that. Oh, and there she is, baby. The heavy tank. Panzerkampfwagen 6. We all know what that is. That is the Tiger, baby. You got that beautiful freaking 88mm gun. I'm excited, y'all. I'm excited. These are all your Tier 3 tanks that are available in the game. I don't see anything French, which is interesting. Very interesting, actually. Well, there no... I mean, there should be plenty of French tanks available during this time. I mean, maybe not. Maybe... I don't know. Could be wrong. But maybe those will come down the line. Again, this is a early look at the build. So keep that in mind. Things may change by the time you guys get to see this stuff. But, yeah, I'm excited. So, as we have the ability to do these, don't forget, the other good thing about this game is, like, if you're playing as the British, yeah, you're going to have all the British stuff that you can unlock. However, you can also steal trophy tanks from your rivals, or get tanks, find tanks or whatever, or buy tanks from other countries as well, and mix and match them. So it is entirely possible that you could, in theory, have a Churchill with a freaking 88mm gun. Or you could have the IS-2 hull, or the Sherman, and potentially put like an 88mm gun. So yeah, I'm excited, man. I can't wait to get into this. So without further ado, I think it's time. Let's go ahead and exit back to the main menu. Let's go ahead and start our new game. As you guys can see, we kind of do get stuck with the British again. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm going to go straight into Era 3. I'm going to go, Entrepreneur is probably just fine. But as a new, let's read the new flavor text, shall we? A little bit of context for what we're getting into. What up? Everything sounds good. Perfect. Thank you, fellas. Appreciate you guys. MB, how's it going? Could you get a shout out? Well, I appreciate you dropping in. I always try to give everybody shout outs early in the stream. Loops, good to see you. Captain Rob, good to see everybody. All right, so let's get into the context. As a new world war threatened to ravage the world, Britain's tank development program was sent into overdrive to match the threat. Now solidifying their designs into the infantry and cruiser branches, they made such designs as the Cromwell and the Comet, advanced cruisers which paved the way toward universal tanks, and the Matilda and Valentine, which provided crucial protection to infantry assaults during the war. Not content to stick to their doctrine, however, tanks such as the Tetrarch airborne tank and the Churchill heavy tank provided nasty surprises to their enemies and plenty of inspiration to their allies. Keeping with their role as the leader in armored vehicle technology, Britain would pave the way for the future of modern warfare. Also, I just want to shout out that this does not look like a regular Churchill. This looks like the Churchill Mark 7 to me. So that's a good thing. This is the better Churchill. Maybe I'm wrong, but the part that reminds me of it, first of all, we have the bigger gun, but also just the simple fact that you got this skirt over top of the tracks. That's what reminds me of the Churchill Mark 7. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is the thing, but just in my head from World of Tanks, that's what I remember. All right, so our game begins in a time of uncertainty as the shadows of a new war loom. Increased funding has been secured, granting you access to essential World War I and interwar technologies for your upcoming development. Your resources and workforce have been expanded to handle the full scope of your planned projects. Furthermore, diplomatic relations with United Kingdom remain at Tier 3 status, solidifying your influence and providing additional leverage in forthcoming negotiations. Alright, so we're going to start on just regular difficulty. Obviously, you can go up into difficulties as you want, but if you're going to go with the higher difficulties, I highly recommend you start at the beginning and work your way up, because by the time you get to this, you'll want to have everything, pretty well upgraded. But we're going to start with the new stuff. You can see they're trying to tell us the same thing. They're like, oh, you might want to rethink that, but I'll be fine. What's the worst could go? We got this. I believe in us. I'm glad you enjoyed, Loops. Alright, so our name, Spartan Elite. Our company name, Elite Arms Co. Alright, first things first, we got to go in here and adjust all of our news settings, otherwise we're going to get spammed with everything. So we're going to drop that, we will keep that, we will drop that, we will keep that, we will drop that, we will keep that, and yeah, I think that's fine. Apply. Perfect. Alright, so first things first, we're going to want to get into our research and see what we have to work on. Now, one thing that you'll notice is we actually have potential for 3 separate research lines now, right? These are now unlocked, meaning we could potentially be researching one thing from each column every single, at the same time. However, as you're about to see, our limiting factor is going to be simply that we do not have, also we already have some administrators, which is nice. But one of our limiting factors is going to be our personnel. So before we get into that, let's look at our personnel. So we have our workers. These are the people that actually build your tanks. So you'll want to hire as many as you can right out the gate. As you can see, we have up to 1,500 workers potentially. So we got to get that filled out as quickly as possible because we want to have multiple lines going because we're going to have multiple different tank designs going. And we want to be able to fulfill the orders as needed. Or potentially have large orders that we can fill using fill quicker by having the same thing on multiple different lines. Alright, so we're going to do that, and then we want to look at our engineers as well, so we're going to go ahead and hire more engineers. Now, it's going to take time for these guys to show up, or not, it doesn't take time for them to show up, but it's going to take time for us to fill this out. And as you can see, we have a capacity of 495 engineers as well. So we want to get that up as quickly as possible as well. We're going to get into the research and take a look at what we've got. So right out the gate, I'm going to get into the structures because the structures is what's going to get us our halls that we want. So as you can see, we've got the support infantry hall, which is the Matilda hall. Okay. And then, of course, down here, we have the Airborne Hall, which is going to be the Tetrarch Hall. So, we're going to probably be going for the big stuff. I want to get through the Matilda stuff early. And then you've got your different turret options as well that we can get into as we upgrade, including getting into different riveting technologies and whatnot. But again, we have this, which is the Valentine Hall. And then even this, the improved medium, which is the heavy Churchill Mark II hull. This is the heavy Churchill Mark I hull. Like, I can't wait, man. I'm so excited to see this stuff going on. And like I said, this is not the end, guys. You can see they've already started the Tier 4 tech tree. It's locked, but they've already started it. But to look at what we end with, our best hulls, look at the interim hull here. We've got the Comet, and this will be the heavy Cromwell Mark II. Hull. So this is what we're going to be able to get to eventually. We've got a long ways ahead of us. So first things first, we got to start with lightened riveted assets. Our assembly, sorry. So we're going to go ahead and go with that. Lightened riveted assembly. We can max that out at 35. How many total guys do we have available? We have 105 of those guys. Alright, so we've got to wait for that. So the next thing I want to look at is probably going to be mobility. So I think we go in here and we start this research as well. And that gives us another 35. And then firepower, I mean, we might as well start with the light anti-tank as well. So we can get all three of our lines going at the same time. It's going to take 206 to 230 days to get these three things unlocked. So that's good news for us. But we are going to go ahead and let that run. The next thing that we kind of want to look at is our global map. So to showcase everybody just how much the world has changed, as you can see, you start looking at a much wider range of the world, signifying that this is a world war, right? Clearly. World War I, we were mostly in Europe. We were pretty much looking directly at this area right here. Like everything in this area was pretty much what we were dealing with. Now, we're going to be looking into Africa, the United States, Canada, Mexico, China, Japan, Russia. Like, all these guys are going to be major players throughout the thing, right? Obviously, you have your normal players as well. Britain, Germany, France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece. All of the empires that are controlling different areas in Africa. Like, everything's going to be huge. I can't wait to see how this progresses, but just to give you guys a little bit of the scope of what we are now dealing with, right? Alright, let's go and check out our official design. What can we actually build right now? Because we want to get something up and running, right? So, is there anything that's already designed? Okay, so we have the Mark E that's already designed, Type A and Type B. We have the Mark III that's already designed. So these are three different designs that we don't have to do anything with. They're already designed, so we can potentially fulfill contracts right out the gate. Now, we don't have a contract, but I'm not sure what exactly everybody's going to be into, but we definitely want to get something started. One of the other things we're going to want to look into is making sure that we have plenty of resources as well. So let's go in and set up our... I'll probably just build... Honestly, I probably ought to just wait to see what everybody wants first. So let's just hold until we get started. Alright, let's go back to the factory so we can see what we got. And we will just let the time go forward. So we're going to go here and just progress time and see what happens. Actually, can we test drive tanks? Like, do these have like flaws or anything that we need to test drive? Let's test drive these three tanks because we haven't seen these before. Let's get into it right out the gate. What up, Reed? Appreciate you dropping in as well. All right, look at this thing. Woo, little howitzer on this thing. I like it. I like it. Okay. Look at this thing, man. A couple of machine guns over the front. Seems to move pretty well. It's nice to start to actually see, like, legit tanks. Like, don't get me wrong, the World War I stuff is pretty cool, but the Interbellum and World War II stuff, you're actually getting into what I would consider tanks. Before, they were basically metal coffins, right? Like, they just didn't have a whole lot of you know, tankiness. But now we're actually getting into tanks, man. Stuff that I recognize. I can't wait to fire the main gun, but let's just listen to this thing. We'll go over our little bridge here. Shouldn't have any trouble getting over this. Perfect. Also, the fact we have like full turrets ready to go now. This thing's pretty agile. Not the fastest thing in the world, but considering what it is, it's pretty agile. It's got a howitzer, it's got machine guns, so it's good at pretty much everything you could use it for back then. There we go. Okay. So they still haven't adjusted the sounds in the game. I would like to see them do that. I think the different size guns should have different sounds. I feel like that is something that they need to work on. But as you can see, like, okay, this howitzer does have a bit of time, doesn't it? Okay, there we go. Alright, let's go back to our machine guns. Am I crazy? Oh, it's because it's shooting the, there we go. It was shooting the log. Beautiful. Freaking beautiful. Alright. Now, again, I don't think we actually needed to test drive these, because I think they were already, like, shown to be effective or whatever, since they're a base game design. But I do want to get in and check them out, just to see what the differences is between them, and because we've not seen them before. What up, Timbo? Appreciate you dropping in as well. Good to see you guys. Hope everybody's having a great afternoon and evening. Or for those of you across the pond, I hope you guys are having a great night. Or morning, depending on where you are. If you're in Australia, I'm pretty sure it's probably morning by now. Oh wait, no, you guys are like almost a full day ahead of us, so it might be nighttime for you guys too. Or evening. Alright, let's get up the hill. This thing is moving through the terrain like it's butter. As you'd expect. Seems to have a nice rapid fire machine gun. Love to see that. Just absolutely obliterating all of the mannequins. Anti-personnel, it's pretty good. You just spray and pray. And like I said, it's nice and agile too, which is nice. Like I said, not the fastest thing, but its turning is very nice. It feels planted. This is the trench that always gave us the most trouble, and it just went straight over that, no problem. Love to see that. Alright, we're going back to number 1 here. You guys know I like to snipe. I like to get extra points. We get extra credit over here for Elite Arm Code, right? They still haven't fixed that where that doesn't spawn in. We know it's over there. Got it. Like I said, I know there's a vehicle over there. It just doesn't spawn in until you get closer. But there you have it. 310 points. We only needed 300, so we have completed everything. We get our bonuses. So it looks like we should probably go ahead and do that. There's no faults on them, so that's a good thing. So that was the Medium Mark A. Or, wait. Which one did we just test? I didn't check. Alright, well, maybe that was this one. Alright, let's look at the Type A. I think that was the Medium Mark III that we just did, because it's got the howitzer, it looks like. So we're going to try the Type A, and then we'll try the Type 3. Or Type B. Alright, let's take a look at this. Look at this little thing, man. Dual turrets. Okay, it looks faster. Okay. It looks like it's going to have a higher top speed. Is a little bit awkward. we're probably going to want the number 2 turret more than anything, because all of our targets are pretty much on the right. But this is basically an armored car sort of deal. I mean, it is a tank, but it's like it's more of an armored car. It's a little faster. It's not as heavily armored. Nice little infantry fighting vehicle. Obviously, it only has machine guns, so again, primary target's going to be lightly armored vehicles and infantry. But this will be good for like flanking or making pushes across like places that aren't going to have artillery support, particularly in maybe cities. But I like this thing, man. This thing's quick, handles well. More than capable. Easily deals with all of the threats quickly. This thing's actually pretty nice. It may be hideous, but it's got a certain appeal to it. It's kind of cute. It's hideous, but it kind of looks like a frog if you're honest. Like if you look at this thing from the front, this thing kind of looked like a frog. It's not the prettiest tank you ever did see. Don't forget, if you guys do enjoy this, make sure you guys punch that like button. But we are going to be getting into the World War II stuff as quickly as possible, hopefully. That's why we started in the new era. I want to get up in there. I want to be building all the cool stuff as quickly as possible. I want to be able to find American tanks and German tanks, Russian tanks, and make my own zombie or Frankenstein monsters of tanks. That's one of my favorite parts of this game. You guys know, like, Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts in this. You guys know I love games where I get to kind of like mix and match things. Like, it's one thing to have like the tanks or the ships available. Good lord. Gun depression. There we go. So we found our first flaw. Okay, from a hull down position, this thing's pretty good. But yeah, if you get up on any sort of like ridge line, you're going to be struggling to aim down far enough. It doesn't have gun depression. So good to know. One thing I would like to see from this game is a little bit more playing with the tanks. I know that the whole purpose of this is it's a Tycoon. You get to do some things later on, like, or you get to sell the tanks to countries, and this thing goes right across the trench of death easily. But I would like to see this game do something more from us being able to drive our stuff. Give us a live fire range or something like that to have a little bit of fun with the tanks, other than just this little obstacle course where it doesn't really matter. Let's go to number 1. Perfect. Get our extra. We don't need the extra, but I do it every time. Get us our bonuses. You guys know the deal. All right, and then we will test drive the other one. We want the Type B now. What up, Edward? Good to see you. Appreciate you dropping in. All right, so this one actually has a gun on it, or a main weapon. We have a... we're going to try to do this one solely with the main gun. I feel like we can do it. This one actually feels pretty good. I like this. This, out of everything so far, this is probably my favorite that we've driven. This thing, it has the speed, has the agility, but also has a main gun that's going to be fun. And it's small enough that it's probably a rapid-fire main gun, so it probably won't take too long, so we might be able to use it against all of the infantry stuff, too. Still not the most accurate, but then again, we were driving over rough terrain, so I guess that's to be expected. Alright. Let's stop. Aim at this guy. Okay, accuracy definitely leaves something to be desired. Hit the thing in the middle! Oh, but when you hit him, it works. Beautiful. Oh, there's something about having a big gun, isn't there? I know this isn't a big gun, for tanks. But yeah, this thing's nice. I like this one. I think this is our best tank yet. It's got the agility of the little frog that we had, but it's also got the firepower of a decent little tank. This is like our first real step into like actual tanks, I think. This thing's nice. Handles really well too. Okay, so this one has the opposite problem. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say it doesn't have the ability to aim up, but no, it can. It just, for whatever reason, wasn't in the moment. Really? Pretty sure I aimed at it. There we go. Anybody that does get hit with this is having a real bad time. They are not going to be standing. Really? It does just occasionally miss. Like that. I mean, like, we are aimed center of mass on that guy. There we go. And it just, sometimes it just misses. Again, you wouldn't be using the main gun to go after, like, the actual infantry necessarily, unless you're, like, shooting into a building or something like that. The main gun would be more for blowing up bunkers, buildings, other small vehicles. You'd be using the machine gun more often than not. But we've heard the machine gun enough. I kind of just want to use the little gun. What up, RC? Good to see you. YOLO as well. Appreciate you guys all dropping in. Welcome to the stream. Things are going well, man. Things are going well. We out here having a good time. Just starting the new World War II stuff. These are the interbellum tanks that we're looking at right now. These are what we already start with, so I just want to kind of look at them, see what we can get away with. Okay, again, gun depression is the thing. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Spin it around. Perfect. Absolutely crushing this. I like this little tank, man. This will be a good little tank. This kind of reminds me of the going towards the Cromwell, you know what I mean? In World of Tanks, when I was playing that, I loved the Cromwell. Me and Bolvi back in the day, me and my buddy Bolvi, had so much fun in our Cromwells. Dude, you are a menace. Being able to drive that fast and have a fast fire rate with punchy little guns is hilarious. You just roll up and murder everything. And you just drive circles around them while you just murder it. It's hilarious. Got it. Alright, well, let's finish this sucker. Beautiful. Alright, so we've done all the test driving. We should be good there. We're going to go ahead and go forward in time, because I don't think we have a contract available just yet. So let's go ahead and go forward, and we'll see what they want. What up, CSI? Good to see you. Daniel, good to see you. Welcome, everybody. Alright, so we officially have our first contract. The British Empire would like a light support tank. Oh, you're going to love the little turds. Let's go. Alright, so what are you looking for a light support? You're probably wanting the Type A or the Type B. I doubt that you want this. Yeah, this is a absolutely no. This is a 313 score, and this is a very, very no. Okay, so you want the Type B. Alright, fair enough. 313 is what they're requesting. Or the Type B is what they're looking for. What is the competitor's tank? The Lars Mark III. Looks very similar to ours. So apparently we have competitors inside of Britain now. Interesting. This looks very British. I mean, it's got the same hull and everything. Different turret. But let's go ahead and buy this so we know what we're up against. So up to 208. All right, so I don't know how many. So how many do you want? What's the maximum? 44. How long would it take us to build 44 of these things? So if we go in here, how long would it take us to build 44 Type Bs? It's going to take 90 days. Okay. Let's check and see, like, maximum hires. Let's hire everybody that we can. And hire our engineers as well. Again, I just want to fill out our personnel as quickly as possible. Alright, so it's still showing 90 days, so we're going to be able to max out a full line. Now, I wonder if it would be better for us to do like 22 on this line and 22 on another line. Like, if we do 22, that would be 45 days. But then that's going to try to take 500. That would be 45 at 500 people. And we only have a total of how many workers total? 543. So I think for now we just go with the 90 or the 44. It will take 90 days, so let's go ahead and do that. Assign it. We are also going to go ahead and go into our warehouse and pick up resources to build more Type Bs. I want to look for resources to build 44 and see how much it's going to cost. So Oceania, I can get all of this for a total of $107,000. 206 in Europe, that's unacceptable. Asia is 136. Middle East is 145. Africa is 100, so we actually get a little bit better price there. North America is 146. So I think we want to go with Africa. Let's go ahead and do that. Now, there is potential for a delay, but we're not too worried about that. We have the materials on hand to build what we already want. So we're going to go ahead and just sign that. If it gets delayed, it gets delayed. All right. For the time being, we will try to keep an eye out for that contract because we know we have 30 days for that contract before we need to worry about it. So, as you can see, 30 days until we need to submit our bid for the contract. Alright, let me look at the contract. We have 12 days left. Okay. Resources have arrived, so now we will go ahead and look at this. We have 7 days left. I'm going to go ahead and submit ours. Again, we have 67 days left for this to finish, so we need to keep that in mind. 67 days from the 4th of March, looks like. Got to remember, this is European-style date, so this is the month, this is the day, this is the year. So it is currently March 4th. This will throw you off if you're American. Everybody does their date differently from us. Because America, we got to be different. Alright. So as you can see, they want these tanks by the 26th of May. Okay. So let's go ahead and give them the Type B. I'm going to give you 44 tanks. And the 26th of May... That would be, if it's March 4th right now, that'd be April, May is 2 months. That'd be pushing it. That'd be pushing it. But it's almost 3 months. I think we can. I think we can handle that because that's towards the end of the month. I think we can handle that. I don't think we need to drop that at all. I'm not gonna decrease that. But we will go ahead and just bump this up. What did we say that this guy was? 208. So we're going to bump the price up. We want to make as much as we can. We could give ourselves a little bit more time. And then drop the price a little bit if we want. So this would, I mean, what was the max? We could just say by, I mean, it really doesn't hurt us a whole lot to do that. Let's bump the deadline back. Oh, okay, we actually don't want to go back. Okay, let's keep that there. Let's go with right there. So we'll go with June. So we're going to bump it back a little bit. We're going to offer these for basically $47,000 a tank, and we will be giving them 44 tanks instead of 29 that they're ordering. So we're going to give them more tanks, or we're going to sell them more tanks, but we do bump the deadline back just a little bit. I think they're going to be okay with this. We're going to go with it. So I highly recommend you guys, once you start getting into the game, to buy the competitor's price so you know exactly what you're up against. Because then you'll always win the contract. So we'll do that, and we will simply go for it. Now, hopefully we don't have any setbacks in here, because that would be bad, but we did give ourselves a little bit more time, so we should be fine. What up, Aaron? How's it going? Foxbody, good to see you guys. What version of history are we in? Well, we're getting ready to start World War II soon. So that all the stuff leading up to World War II is currently happening. Alright, so we have officially been accepted for our contract. We have 107 days to pull it off, and as you can see, 62 days to finish this. So that'll give us plenty of time to ship them out as well. So we will just keep this rolling. Pierre Cuny is available for hire. Alright. Now, I don't know. I was going to say, he's French, so I doubt that we have the reputation to be able to hire him. So, yeah, unfortunately there. So, that's the other thing. You need to develop your relations with other countries if you want to be able to use their administrators and their designs as well. Unless, of course, you get the trophy tanks, in which case you can buy enemy designs or other country designs and then reverse engineer them over here in the Engineering Bureau. But, for now, we just keep rolling. We've got our contract. Perfect. Alright, we have officially finished production. Let's go ahead and go into our tank storage. We are going to ship out our Type 4s, or Type Bs, Marquee Type B. We are going to sell them via, let's see, we need to be able to ship at least 44. So I think we want to go as cheap as possible, but again, if we go with the cheapest version, we can only do 30 at a time. So I think we go, man, that's twice this price. Yeah, I think we got to go with this. Okay, it's 1,000. Okay, so we can ship all of ours for 1,000 a tank instead of 650, but that should finish it. Those will get there. If there's a delay, it ain't gonna be that big of a deal because we got plenty of time. What up, Tuna? How's it going? Did I see what you got today? Look in Discord. I haven't seen yet. No. All right. Well, while we're waiting for that, let's just keep the timer rolling. All right, our contract has been completed. Beautiful. So we have just been paid a decent chunk of money. Go ahead and delete all that stuff. I'm not sure what we want to go ahead and build. I don't want to have a whole bunch of stuff in storage. So I kind of want to wait. Like, again, us just getting back into this, we want to kind of hang out and see what we end up with. Because I don't know what they're going to order more of. Like, I don't know if that was a one-time order or if they're going to keep ordering more of those. We need to establish a pattern. So we're just going to let it keep rolling. Alright, we finished researching our gun. So we want to go back in here. We'll go back into firepower, and we will work on, do we want to go with increased charge, or do we want to go with a simplified machine gun? This leads to bigger guns, so I want to go with this, I think. We can go down to this later on, but I think we want to go ahead and start the round. That's going to take 196 days. How long ago did you post it, Toonie? Oh! Did you have a new baby? Congrats, brother, man. I didn't even realize that you guys were expecting a new one. Congrats. What up, Talking Head? How's it going? Appreciate you guys dropping in. Alright, so, we need to go into our engineering bureau. We need to look at our new gun if we can. We should have a new main gun available. And, we're going to be looking at Tier 3. So let's go ahead and go for Tier 3 filter. Now that we have new stuff, we want to be looking at the newer stuff, right? So this is our new blueprint. Look at this beautiful tank, man. That is a nice little anti-tank gun. Perfect. We currently have no muzzle brakes available. We don't have any filters on, so it looks like we're just going to be stuck with the Tier 3 optics and everything, so perfect. I guess the Mark 1 2-pounder gun is going to be fine. I don't think we need to actually build it, because it should already be built. Yeah, this is already built. We don't have to do anything. Look at this thing, man. Rifled tank gun. Perfect. Nice long barrel, too. This should be a nice little gun. It's going to be a nasty little sucker. But glad to have that. Let's get back over to the factory, take a look at what we got. The other thing we want to look at is what can we do to upgrade here. So we got the ergonomics office. That'll allow us to add more people. Don't think we need that right away. Sub-assembly line. This improves the amount, so maybe we upgrade this. So this will give us... Let's go ahead and do that. So we can upgrade to a... Okay, this will give us a 23% reduction. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Alright, let's look at our other things. Research-wise, I do want to look into this. Ergonomics office, maybe not the worst thing, because that speeds up everything. Otherwise, we could go in and start looking at these. So, how much is this going to give us? This is going to give us 15 extra. If we upgrade, that's going to give us 23. I mean, the more engineers we can stack on this, the better. So, I think we just go ahead and do that. That's going to be able to speed up all of our things. And that's on each line, I believe, too. And then, obviously, we want to look at structure. I think is going to be big for us because I want to go through all of the things. Okay, we can only have 2 construction slots available. I'm just looking at where is our... Okay, so yeah, you can only build 2 things at one time. Got it. Alright, good to know. Well, now that we have a new gun, maybe we look into seeing if we can design our old tank with a bigger gun. So, we've got the Type B. The Type B has this little tiny pea shooter. Can we swap out the gun? Okay, this is a 3-pounder. We could be... let's filter by Tier 3. So, if we go with the Tier 3, we do have the 2-pounder. It's a smaller gun. Does it not fit? Might not fit in the turret. Is this... Even though this is a bigger... Wait, maybe I didn't click on the right thing. Let me look. Okay, so we want this design. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Alright, so, again, for the hull, I mean, we should be able to just go with the regular hull. Engine-wise, we're just going to go with the regular engine. Tracks, I don't know which version of the tracks are better. This one looks better, so we're going to go with that. And then as far as the turrets go, which turret is better, 469 versus 464? Both of these are very similar. This one, I think, looks better. Gives us potential for, yeah, see, this one is not going to give us any gun elevation or depression, whereas this one does. We do have this turret. We might have to look into building that, but let's start with this and then see what we can do for the guns. So, obviously, we want to look at filtering by tier 3. And we could put our new 2-pounder gun in there. So again, this is just a smaller gun, but it should be better overall than our previous gun. So the gun that it had prior is the 3-pounder. So yeah, this is just a better gun overall. So in theory, this would just be a better option. In terms of gun, like machine guns, I don't know what it normally had, but if we look, we got 226 there, 249 there, 328. I mean, it just seems like the Vickers would be the best option there. So we got a nice Vickers machine gun. Looks like a water-cooled machine gun. I'm assuming that's what that is. A water jacket around the barrel. Okay. Select a crew. We are going to remember the one thing that you do need in these when you're selecting crew is you need to meet at least half of the requirements for all of these slots, right? So right out the gate, I'm thinking a commander. Oh, wait, no, apparently not. Okay, well, driver, mechanic, maybe. Let's throw that in there. So that meets our driver and almost our mechanic. We will have a gunner. Commander gunner. Okay. And then we will need like a mechanic loader if we can. So that's going to give us our mechanic. That's going to meet our loader requirement. We are fine everywhere else. The other option would be to simply keep driver mechanic, use this guy solely as a commander. If we go with commander here, have a mechanic loader, and then a gunner loader? Does that meet everything? It doesn't meet our gunner requirement. It meets everything except the gunner requirement. That's also making our tank very full. Having 4 people crammed into this thing. But I think that's probably going to be our best thing. Now, remember, any of these faults, we can actually go back and reverse engineer, or like, engineer these faults out. I didn't know that back in the day. I legitimately did not know that. So, we're going to, I think, go ahead and just accept this as is. The gunner, I mean, I would like to get that higher. What if we just go for the big deal? So we got mechanic. Just make this a driver. Or wait, no. Instead of driver mechanic, we can go with mechanic. We'll have driver gunner. How about that? Driver gunner, commander, mechanic. And then we need gunner loader. And then the mechanic can be a mechanic loader. Oh man, now we don't hit the mechanic side. Crap. Trying to have all my stuff maxed. All right, so that still leaves us short on the loader. Well, shucks. I mean, do we just go with a gunner and then have a loader? I mean, that gives us everything. Now we're very full on everything. Have 5 people in this little tiny tank. That sounds awful. I'll be real honest. That sounds awful. This is not a very big tank. Alright, let's look at the expendables. What should we run? I mean, let's just sort by tier. We'll go with tier 2, tier 3. So, we don't have a tier 3 shell just yet. So what kind of shells do we want? Ballistic capped shells. Or capped shells. These give us more penetration, slightly less damage. A little bit less shock penetration. Same range. So I think this would just give us better. So if we're going with an anti-tank round or an armor-piercing round, that just makes sense. Okay, we have mine shells or fragmentation shells. So these would be anti-personnel. Enhanced effect shells. Alright, well, I didn't realize this. So we have a shrapnel mine shell, which gives more damage. Doesn't have a lot of penetration. So yeah, I think for our second, I think we go with the shrapnel mine shell. And then of course for this, anti-material, we want heavy steel core. And then an incendiary round. Both sounds great. Okay. For the fuel, we want the best fuel that we can get, so we're just going to take this fighter aircraft fuel. Crew safety drops a little bit for this, but it gives us better range, better reliability, and better repairability. Okay, so we lose some crew safety, but we gain reliability and repairability. So what's going to be more important, the crew safety or not? I think getting... I mean, this is just such a big bonus. But then again, I mean, we're going for a 35% bonus for the crew safety. I think we go with the resistant fuel here. Like, this gives you a repairability and reliability bonus, which is nice, but... I mean, here you're losing literally 50%, right? Like, is my math correct? You're going from minus 15 to 35%. That's 15 plus 35. That's 50%. Maybe my maths is wrong, but that's hard to beat. Okay, that is a reduction of 50% on your crew safety. I don't think that's worth. So, as far as oil goes, I think we go with the purified oil. Running gear is going to lose a little bit of repairability, but gains just overall reliability. Yeah, I feel like this is just better, so we'll go with that. And then the paint, we'll just go with the standard paint. What do we call this thing? This little sucker here. What do we call it? This will be the first design that we've come up with for this new version. Go for the boom boom. What up, Talking Head? How's it going? Appreciate you dropping in. Alright, I'm not seeing any names in chat, so what would I call this thing? I was thinking like Stinger. Pew Pew. What up, Uncle Breda? Capri, good to see you. Appreciate you stopping in. Hope you guys are having a good afternoon. I was thinking Stinger. What do you guys think? The Stinger Mark 1. The Elite Potato. Alright, well, since I'm not seeing any names, I'm just going to go ahead and I'll call this one the Stinger. Alright. Assign it. It's going to take 164 days for the... Oh, because we don't have that many engineers. Oh, We should probably look up trying to... Oh, we don't have anybody to hire? Or no, we can hire up to 160. Hire everybody! I need as many peeps as possible. Hire all of the engineers as well. Alright, that's only going to take 37 days. That sounds a little better. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, Stinger Mark 1 is ready. We just got to wait for that thing to be finished designing. Let's go back out to the factory. We got 2 things building. We got 46 days left on the building there. We got 69 nice days left for the building here. So let's keep this party rolling. Do we need any more materials? Probably ought to go ahead and buy some more materials. Might be a good idea. We don't have the design for the Stinger just yet. So I think we go ahead and grab the Type B. And again, we'll just say like 44. Africa was our cheapest, so we go ahead and grab that again. I just want to make sure that we got as much materials as we need. I don't want to run out of materials for anything. And then we'll just keep the party rolling. Okay, it's delayed. It's not that big a deal, though. New contract for 23 light support tanks. Okay. So, I'm assuming you want the Type B. Just making sure. Okay, so now that we know that they're after the Type B more than just once, this one, it looks like we're going to be able to offer only up to 35 tanks. So, how long will it take us to build 35 tanks? Let's go ahead and get in here. 35 Type Bs. Okay, that will be 72 days. Yeah, let's just get it done. 72 days. And then we should have 30 days left on this, so 30 days from today. So pay attention there. Alright, we have our design completed as well. Let's go ahead and get in here for the, actually. I mean, we already said we were going to give them that, but they would... No, okay, so they actually don't want the Stinger Mark 1 for this. Interesting. They like the Type B, but they don't... I would have thought this would just be better. It's got to be something. Alright, so what is the part that they're really not like... Oh, then again, this hasn't been, like, tested and fixed the flaws or anything yet. That's true. Alright, well, let's do that. Alright, if we go in here, test drive the Stinger Mark II. This is our first test drive of our first tank that we're building. Oh, look at that. I mean, she runs good. She seems to be pretty solid, as you'd expect. So, I mean, technically we put a smaller gun in this, but the gun is just better overall than the 3-pounders. So, even though it's only a 2-pounder, it should just be better. Should have a higher rate of fire, should be more accurate. Plus, I don't know what ammo types they were carrying in the old versions, or the stock versions of the tank, so... Okay, the accuracy is definitely not... Okay, we hit him. I don't know if I hit that or not. Yeah, it looks like it counted, so we're good. Move on. I mean, this little sucker kicks around, I'll give it that. I mean, it's jumping all over the place. I mean, it feels very agile. Hit it on the move. Perfect. Move on up. There we go. Alright, let's go for the machine gun here. As you'd expect, the Vickers makes short work of them. Plus, the Vickers being mounted in the turret means that you've got 360-degree coverage on your machine gun as well. So, very nice there. So you got the main gun for any slightly hardened targets or even buildings that you need to hit, because we do have the shrapnel rounds. What up, Nathan? Appreciate you dropping in. Is this basically like tank UAD? Kind of, except you're not really in charge of like fighting anything. You're not really in charge of like managing diplomacy or anything like that. You're simply a company that is designing and building tanks for sell, and you can sell them to all sorts of different countries if you get contracts. Each country will be able to post their own contracts, and you can bid on the contracts to try to sell your tanks. And as you earn relations with other countries, you can pick up their tanks, or if a country that you're allied with takes a trophy tank during a battle, then you can actually buy that trophy tank from your country that you're allied with, and you can reverse engineer it, and you can swap parts between countries. So it is entirely possible that I could have a British Matilda with an 88 or something, you know, from a Tiger. But it's going to be a while before we ever get to that. I don't even know if we'll ever see a Tiger. But you never know. There we go. Perfect. But I appreciate everybody hanging out with us tonight. Alright, so if we go back into design, this is the part that I always forget about. So if we go back into design, now that we've tested this thing, we can actually go in and correct the design flaws. And you see, it's going to take $150,000 to do, but we can amend every one of these, and it should help us overall. So everything has been fixed. And now our design is much better overall. And if we go back in here, if I look at contract, I wonder if that would be preferable for them. So if we look at this, yeah, see, now it's up to 84. Still not ideal, but I'm assuming it's just because this one is a little bit more perfect for them. So let's look at the overall crew performance of the Stinger versus this. So minus 64 for the Stinger versus minus 60 for this. Mobility is a minus 14 for the Stinger, a minus 11 for this, so it's just slightly worse in mobility. Protection is the same. Firepower hard is actually quite a bit worse, but against a little bit smaller gun. Firepower soft is 108, so we actually have a much better soft firepower, so we're much better against countering infantry. And then reliability is at 32, so we actually have a much more reliable platform. We are slightly less repairable. So yeah, just a little bit of differences, but nothing too crazy. All right, so how many days left? I forgot to look. So we got 53 days left there. So we want to do the Type B. View the competitor. We'll go ahead and buy it. 320 or 216 is the minimum. We're going to sell 35 tanks. They're wanting them by the October 11th. It is currently July. I feel like we've got plenty of time. So I'm just going to go ahead and try to get as much out of them as possible for these ones. I'm not going to adjust the... Okay, we're at 216 there. So we will get this contract. Almost $51,000 per tank here. If I screw this up, we're screwed. But I think we got this. Alright, it's been accepted. We've got 82 days. So yeah, we got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Alright, the assembly focus has been done. So we have our upgrade that has been finished here. Okay, that is now tier 3. Do we go ahead and do this now? This is going to give us 225 people per line. Okay, that's huge. That is massive. Okay, yeah, I think that's a great upgrade. Let's go ahead and do that. It's going to take 69 days. Nice. That is a huge upgrade. That's going to allow us to get these tanks built much quicker. Because we're going to go from 100... What did we say it was? How many people are working on this currently? Okay, we currently have 500 people per line. And this is going to take us from... 150 to 223, so we're going to gain another 100 and... Or not 100. It's going to be like another 73 workers. We're going to go up to like 573, if my math's correct. So that'll speed up the process a little bit. Alright, let's keep it going. Okay, we have officially finished this as well. Let's go ahead and give us our focus for this now. Alright, let's get into our research. We are currently researching this. We want to get in here and look at the early casting. Let's go ahead and get that started. And then we're already working on that, so now we want to work on... do we go with the flat horizontal 12? I mean, as a Subaru guy, I'm all for this. That sounds pretty awesome, but we also have a lightened running gear. This is the Harpy running gear. This can only support 11,000 pounds. Or kilograms, whatever it's at. I think we go for the engine. I wanna put an H12 in something. Let's get it done. I wanna throw an H12 in something. I'm a Subaru man, so a flat engine sounds fun. What up, Jonathan? Good to see you. Man, the poop deck. Alright, let's get this party going here. Alright. Production has been completed. We got 36 days to get this stuff delivered. So let's go deliver the tanks. We're gonna go here. 35. We got plenty of time, so just get it done. I probably could have used... it's even more expensive. I think this is the best option. Yeah. This isn't enough, and this is enough, plus it's only a little bit more, so that's fine. Get it done. Perfect. I'm not going to build any Stingers until somebody proves that they actually want the thing. Apparently I have a trade office in Europe. I'm assuming, yeah. Okay, so I don't know what the trade office is, but apparently we have a trade office here in Britain. Trade office enables access to tank contracts and lobbying activities. Oh. So, like, if we want to work with other countries, now we have to establish a trade office in them? So, say I want to work with the Germans. I can establish 80K? It's going to cost us 7,500 per month. Or, I would assume that's per month. Yeah, I feel like that would be a good thing. Let's go ahead and establish with them. Also, maybe France would be a good one. Again, I'm not sure what everybody's going to want, but I do have a few different tanks that people might be interested in, and having the option to be able to do multiple countries worth of contracts seems like a good idea. Alright, let's see how this works out. We'll see if we get a contract soon. Alright, let's go ahead and try to hire more workers as well. Just want to make sure that we have all the workers that we can and all of the engineers that we can. Because I want to be able to make sure that we can max out everything. I forget what we've already done. Let's see. Alright, so we know that we've done a gun. Okay, I think it was like riveted assembly that we've done, so nothing crazy there. And then it was like fuel, so yeah, I don't think we have anything to engineer. Like, we could swap out our current hull with the new, like, fancy rivets or whatever, but I don't think it's really priority for us. So let's just keep the party rolling until we see our next contract. We're at 215 out of 317K. That's probably fine. What just finished? Oh, the production hall. Okay. So we got our ergonomics office. So this will speed up costs due to casting. Okay. Or reduce costs due to casting. Okay, so all of these just give us reductions. So I don't think I need to go too crazy there. I think we just hold. Do we have engineers here? I might go ahead and get us an ergonomics office through here. Give us an extra 5 per line there. So when we do get into reverse engineering, that might be a good idea. And then we already have, okay, we actually can do another one. So let's go ahead and do our ergonomics office here as well. Okay. Alright, well, let's keep the party rolling. Alright, 29 light support tanks. Okay, so they're going to want the Type B again. Yeah. Alright, well, Type B it is. Seems like that's going to be the best bet. So let's go ahead and do that. So we want to make the Type B. Go ahead and do that. I didn't look. How many are they wanting? Up to 44. Okay, so we want to build 44 of these. Okay, 44 Type Bs. 74 days total. Perfect. Get them done. Now we can have 575 people on the line, so perfect. And if we wanted, we could potentially split. Like if we eventually get enough people, like right now we're going to be using, we have 841. So like in theory, I would be able to assign another 44 over here, but it would take 160 days to build these because we would only have, we wouldn't be able to max out the line, right? We wouldn't have enough people. So, just something to consider for future. Alright, well, in the moment, I think that is going to work, so I think we just hold. Easy way to find out. We got 30 days left, so we can look at any of these. We got 60 here, so by the time we get down to almost 30, we'll know that that contract is about to expire. Ooh, okay, so we have our first rival tank captured. Let's take a look at this thing. So this is the Camelus MLE-3. Really? Is there anything here that's going to give us anything at all? I honestly don't think that this is worth our time. I mean, it does give us new gun or new components, but I just don't know if it's worth our time. Because I feel like it's very old. I mean, we'll do it just so that we can get some reverse engineering going. Let's just do it. We got the money, so we might as well. Let's go ahead and do some reverse engineering. Alright, so now this is our tank that we just captured. Like I said, it's pretty hideous, if we're honest. The French are not known for their good-looking designs early in their tank building careers. This thing is pretty bad. Yeah. God, this thing is hideous, man. I'm not worried about the hull. We might look into the engine. Let's go ahead and assign that. Maybe the gun or the tracks. I don't know if either of those are worth our time, but we'll get them in there too. And then might as well hit this as well. Not enough employees. Okay. Oh, okay, so we only had 35. Okay. Perfect. Well, anyway, might as well hire more folks. And then the gun was the other thing I wanted to go ahead and do. Now, we can add more people to this as these finish, so that this will get sped up. But at least we're starting on it. What up, Jonathan? Watchdog, how's it going? Appreciate you guys all dropping in. Nathan, I think I called you out, but welcome. Alright, let's keep the party rolling. Alright, so that contract we want to go ahead and do. The Type B. We will go ahead and buy the competitor's score. 211 seems to be their best. We're going to sell 44 of them. I'm not going to adjust this at the time being. We are going to raise the price. There we go. And we should have no trouble meeting this deadline. Probably should pay attention more to the deadline, but I think we'll be fine. We got 45 days left. They usually give you a pretty good chunk of time, so should be alright. Okay, they have accepted. We now have 72 days, so yeah, that's going to give us 32 days to ship them out, so we're fine. As long as there are no production delays. so we've gotten our ergonomics offices up. Perfect. Let's see. We've got tier 3 there. Might as well get our upgrades here. And we get our bonuses for both of those. We might as well also go into our warehouse and buy some more materials. We've been getting them from Africa, so we're going to keep that going. As long as they're available. They will eventually run out of materials, or at least get low on materials. But for now, they seem to be keeping up, so we're good there. Alright, keep it rolling. What up, Jeremy? Appreciate you dropping in. Yeah, so you can see up here how much supplies we have, 182 out of 317. Obviously, we have the different types of supplies, which is why I keep going in and ordering what we're using anyway. What just finished? Wasn't paying attention. Alright, we got 3 different things there. These 2 are still building. Must have been engineering project, or reverse engineering that finished. Alright, so we should be able to max out the gun now. Perfect. That'll get done in 5 days. Might as well get the turret, and then maybe we'll get into the other guns. Wait, this has 2 different main guns? Oh, it does. It has a little side turret, and it also has the main gun there. Interesting. And they're different, too. I didn't even notice that. Alright, well, then let's go ahead and knock this out. Assign. That'll get done. Do we not have enough to max that out? Okay, well, let's see if we can order more people. Hire more workers for now. And then hire more engineers as well. I'm going to go broke from hiring too many people. I feel like that's going to be a thing. But by golly, I'm going to try anyway. Alright, and then obviously we'll go ahead and get started. These are the same, so we'll just go ahead and start this project as well. We don't have enough people, but it's only going to take 8 days anyway, so we're actually fine. Perfect. Alright. Keep that party rolling. Good. Alright, so research is just finished. Let's go back in here. We've got firepower that just finished. Okay, so do we want to go for the improved tank cannon, or anti-tank cannon? That's the only way we can go. This gets us the Mark 1 6-pounder. I mean, yeah, let's go for that. That sounds like fun. Our biggest gun currently was a howitzer or a 3-pounder. So now we're going to have an actual long barrel 6-pounder. That's a chonky boy. That is a chonky anti-gun or anti-tank gun. Would love to see that. Beautiful. All right, well that's going to take time. I didn't look to see how long that was going to take, and I also didn't look to see if everybody was maxed out here. Everybody got plenty of people. Yeah, 43 of each. Perfect. So we got plenty of engineers on these lines. All right, we have 234 engineers that are idle at the moment. So maybe we need to chill out on hiring engineers. And we have 952 people that are not working currently here. So maybe we go ahead and start building the next group of tanks. See, I have a feeling what's going to happen is I'm going to do this, and I'm going to regret it. Alright, so let's go ahead and do it. We're going to get another 44 of these built. Assign. So this will take 113 days. We didn't have... Am I reading this incorrectly? This is not... Okay. So this is telling me how many total I have. It doesn't tell me how many I had idle. So yeah, right now we only have 377 people. So we would need, in order to fill this out, we would need 198. 198 more people for being able to run 2 separate lines at maximum capacity. Which I think is something that we definitely want to be looking into. So, yeah, we already hired people, so we don't have anything there. But that is something that we might want to look into as well. Also, we are waiting for our materials to come in, and then we'll order another batch. What do we got for here? So we've got fire stations, medical stations, construction department, maintenance office. Maintenance office reduces the amount of money per month it's going to cost us. Oh, we already got 2 buildings, never mind. I was going to look into potentially upgrading that because that'll reduce the maintenance costs per building, which is kind of nice. Because right now we are spending $193,000 a month in just building maintenance every month. And that's about to go up once we finish building these buildings, or the upgrades. So, you got 335 for 2 on incline bench. You are an absolute animal, brother, man. You're an absolute animal, bro. What up, Jeremy? How's it going? Also, congrats on the baby. I don't know if you saw me earlier when I said that. I didn't even know you guys were expecting, but congrats, bro. Most I've ever got on an incline bench is 180. And that was everything I could do, and it was ugly, but I got it. What just finished? I think it was reverse engineering stuff that just finished. We're still researching everything. Still, we got 44 days here. We got 12 days left on our full production for the contract. Did we get our materials? Nope. Still got 9 days left for that. Okay. Alright, so reverse engineering is completed. Might as well finish the rest, which is just the hull, I believe. Everything else should be done. Oh, we got the turret too. Alright, assign that, and then assign this. There we go. Perfect. Keep these guys busy. Okay, materials have arrived. Might as well go ahead and order the next batch of materials as well. We know we just started another bunch of 44, so we want to go for the Type B. 44. Order from Africa if we can. Sign it. Get it on the way. Alright. 3 days left till we complete construction on our orders. Perfect. Now we ship them out. Type B, 44. Ship them via the top version, which is 1,000 per. That's fine. Get it done. Alright. So that'll be done. Have plenty of time to spare. We got 32 days left on that contract. Contract completed, money in the bank, baby. Let's go. All right. Well, we haven't haven't seen any other contracts popping up for either the French or the Germans yet, so those buildings aren't really paying off at the moment. We did just get upgraded for the firepower focus. Perfect. I do want to look into here and upgrade this now. So this is going to give us from a 23 to a 29% reduction. So let's go ahead and do that. I do want to... Man, we got those resources quick. I think I'm going to go ahead and order another bunch of resources. Just to make sure that we have plenty. Like, there's no reason not to, right? Type B. Let's go for another 44. Africa. Sign order. Get it done. That way we have plenty of materials and I don't have to worry about it. And now we're simply waiting for stuff. Beautiful. Alright, so our engineering projects have completed. I might look into seeing if anything is ready. Like, if we go in here, is there anything that's worth us actually modifying currently? So if we go Tier 2 and Tier 3. So, the Mark E is the thing that we've been using the most. We got the Type A and the Type B hull. Type B is the one that we've been using the most. So, I guess we could try to make a new Type B and see if we can find a way to make this thing better. So, we want to max everything out if we can. This reduces crew aiming. It gives us better crew internal communications. This one is the better option and only reduces crew comfort, so I think that one... Hello? Am I crazy? Did I not click on the actual, like, blueprint? Okay. Click on the blueprint. Alright. Now we should be able to swap this. And this is the one that I think I want, the Mark IV version. Gives us that. From the headlights, I think we just go for the Mark V. Transportability goes down, though. Crew awareness, though, goes way up. I'll take a little bit of a hit in transportability to get us better stats across the board. In terms of hatches... I feel like the Mark V hatch is probably going to be better, but it does reduce the rear thickness. We'll go with that. Add our additional fuel. Sides thickness is reduced, but I mean it just gives you really good bonuses across the board, so I think we throw that on there. Give our additional ammo storage, additional fuel storage. We are going to be using cemented steel. And we are going to be using our brand new... Wait, don't we have, like, higher tier? This one has better crew safety. This gives us better structure. I think we go with the semi-cast bolted assembly. Now we could go in and start adjusting the armor values, but honestly I don't think that this is what we want to do, because this just makes the tank a lot heavier and can affect your overall performance. So I think we just go ahead and assign this. Get that done. In terms of anything else, let's look at turrets. Did we get a new turret? So this has a 520 base compared to... Is that just our best bet? Like, I think this is what we're currently using. The Universal Mark VI, whereas this one gives us the Mark... This is Universal Mark IV, though. This is technically an older... Let's look at it. This is technically older, but it's just got better stats. I kind of want it. Weight-wise, 1927 versus the Universal, whatever the other one is. Mark 632. Pretty sure this is what we're currently using, so this is 750. I mean, this is a much heavier turret. So that might reduce our rotation speed on our turrets. But I feel like we're going to get more out of this turret. Let's just look and see what we can do here. Alright, so for this, I do want to go with the Mark III Armored Glass Vision Port. Did I not click the right thing? Again. Apparently not. Always click the blueprint. I always forget to click the blueprint. Alright, so we want the Armored Glass. In terms of cupolas, we want the best cupola we can, which is probably going to be this sucker. Seven, 9, 9 minus 4. 7, 9, 9 minus 4. So these are essentially the same. They weigh the same as well. Cost the same. So it just comes down to which one we like the look of. Do we want to... I kind of like the look of that one more, to be honest, instead of this. This just looks nicer. I think we go with this. They're literally identical stats, so it doesn't matter. I just like this one better. I like the look of it better. Alright, so for radio antennas, what can we do here? So we want to look for the best versions. We got the Mark V up here. That is 6 minus 5, 7 minus 1. So this reduces the amount of loading needed, or loaders needed. This reduces commander. I think we go with this. Alright. In this one, we go with the semi-bolted. In this one, we've got Mark V here. So this loses a little bit of top thickness, but it has really good stats. Where's the Mark IV? Okay, Mark IV's up there, so 11's the same. We lose quite a bit of top thickness. We gain 2 extra crew safety, and we gain, or we lose the top ricochet as well. Or no, we gain top ricochet. We lose a little bit of top thickness, and we gain a little bit extra crew shit. I think this is just a better option. Alright. And then in terms of this, we want to use the Wotan cemented steel. Get that done. Alright. Is there anything else we want to work on? Guns. Is there any adjustment that we can make to the gun? I know we're working on a new gun, so probably isn't anything that I really want to work on right out the gate. We do have the 20-pounder howitzer, which is pretty hilarious. I know it's not calling it a howitzer, but this looks like a howitzer to me. If I've ever seen one, that looks like a howitzer, bro. But yeah, I think we hold until we get the new gun there. Same thing goes for this. Like, I know we've got some new like French guns that we could potentially mix and match parts to get better results, but I think for now we're just okay. What up, Leslie? How's it going? Jordan, appreciate you dropping in. Glad you're able to drop in after work. Skill, good to see you. Okay, so we've got stuff working on there. We've got stuff working on here. We need to go in here and give us our maximum amount here. So 575. Get that done. That'll finish in 57 days now. Okay, we got the component focus done. Is there anything else that I needed over here? So we got bank department. if we need loans. We're not planning on using that. Fire stations help prevent fires. I mean, that's definitely something we might look into. Construction department, we really don't need that. How much does the next upgrade of this do? So that goes from 18 to 26. That's actually significant. That's another 8%. I think we go ahead and do that. The other thing I want to look at before we end this is that our current... Alright, so we are currently paying $270,000 a month. I want to see when we get to our new maintenance office in 58 days, I want to see how much that goes down. Also, we have finished some research, so... Or no, we haven't. I lied. Okay, so we got 4 days until the next research finishes. Fine. Let's get it done. Okay, the resources have arrived. We're up to 250,000. Probably could order more. The one thing I should probably look into is the cemented steel. Like, what do we got to do for that? Okay, so they actually don't have enough iron for this. So now, like, how many can they do? Oh, they don't have any iron. Never mind. Right, so let's go with 44. And then we'll look into Oceania, aka Australia. Let's go for that. It's only $7,000 more a month. Jess, thank you for dropping in. Thank you for the $5 bomb. You're pregnant? If that was true, you'd be rich. But we love you anyway. Yeah, I actually, believe it or not, Jason, I actually have, I have a easier time doing incline bench than I do with a flat bench. And I don't know why. I really don't know why, but incline, I feel is more intuitive for my body. Like, I feel like I can get better drive through the legs and really get into it. Whereas flat bench, I struggle a little bit more with that. But I am getting a little bit better. I'm hoping to start to get back into increasing my bench press again. But my problem is, every time I start doing like heavy benches, I hurt my shoulders. Every time. My shoulders start bugging me and I hate it. But my day today at the gym was back and biceps, so a lot of heavy back stuff. Okay, we got the casting assembly. Research, perfect. Let's get in here, get our next one done. This will be in structure, so we're actually looking at a new hull. This is the Heavy Matilda hull. Time to get us a Matilda. Let's get it done. We also have the ability for the new cast turret as well, so kind of wasted our time with that, but it's fine. We'll work on it. Rearmed turret. This is actually a better version of this, so if we go this way, we don't have to worry about that. Interesting. And then this is for the light tank, which I'm not as worried about, because they don't seem to be ordering those yet. They may at some point, and we might look into doing a light tank. Probably wouldn't be the worst idea to go ahead and do this, but again, I kind of want to go through the heavier stuff first, because I feel like that's going to be a moneymaker for us. Could be wrong. I could be setting us up for failure, but you know the deal. Worst case scenario, I just screw us. Wouldn't be the first time. Never seen this game before, Leslie? Well, this is called Arms Trade Tycoon Tanks, and for everybody who's just joining us, I want to give a shout out to the developer for giving me early access to the latest beta. This is a unreleased beta, I believe. So this is early access, unreleased beta. For the World War II content. So they have a lot of different World War II tanks that have been added to the game, all the way up into like the Tiger, Panzerkampfwagen 4. Obviously the Tiger is the Panzerkampfwagen 6. They've got the IS-2, it looked like, in the game. They've got the Sherman. They've got several British tanks. So we got a lot of new stuff to check out. We just got to get to that research point to be able to start building those things. And the Matilda is about to be the first tier 3 thing that we can build, so I'm pretty happy about that. So it's just going to take time to unlock everything. But we're getting there, slowly but surely. Okay, we're getting our engineering completed there. Let's go ahead and look into potentially working on... I think we talked about an engine. Didn't we get the new engine? Or is the engine not here yet? We were working on a flat 12 engine. Did we not get it yet? Must still be working on the flat 12 engine. I can't wait to see that thing. Yeah, the flat 12 will be done in 14 days. Let's go, baby. I want a flat 12. That'd be ultimate Subi power. But, for those of you who are wondering, this game, the reason they sent this to me is not only is there a new update coming that it features the World War II stuff that you're seeing here, but it also is currently on sale on Steam. 25% off. If you guys are interested in the game, you can go and check it out on Steam and get a little discount in the process. And I'm not getting paid for this or anything. It's not like that. They just give me early access to the beta to play the game. And I've enjoyed it. We've played it a few times on the channel. Started from the beginning a few times. But with the new stuff, I kind of just wanted to jump in and try out the new stuff. The flat 12 has officially been completed. Let's go. I can't wait. All right. So, let's look at our mobility. So, we just finished this engine. We could go with the twin inline 6 engine. Or we could start looking at going this way to get better tracks. And honestly, as much as we just unlocked the H12, I don't know if this is going to fit in a lot of things. I'm hoping it will, because, I mean, an H12 would still only be 6 cylinders on each side, so it wouldn't be a particularly long engine. Plus, it's lower mounted. The whole purpose of a flat engine is that it's able to be mounted lower. So I think we go for the running gear here. I think we start working on that. Try to get that. We'll get the oil, then get into the better running gears for our medium tanks that we're about to get. So that'll be huge for us. And then we can always come back and get this. We got some diesel engines coming up. We got inline 6 cylinders. So looking for that soon. All right. But I think we're good for the time being. Yes. Oh, wait, no. We just unlocked the new engine. Let's get in there and make sure that we're getting that engine checked out. So we should have the new Tier 3 engine, the H12. Now, you've got this version that's capable. It starts with 395 stats. But I'm going to start with this and see if we can't find if there's any way that we can improve it. And it doesn't look like there's going to be anything. Okay. Well, never mind. So this is just going to be as good as it's going to get. So 385 stats. So the current engines that I'm assuming we're running are either going to be the i4 or the i6. And, I mean, 325. So we are just upgrading across the board. But, look at this thing, man. So this is our radiator. This is our transmission. But look at that big old H12, man. So you got 3 banks of dual cylinders per side. Good old horizontally opposed engine, man. Subi power in a tank. I approve of this message until it comes time to change the goddamn spark plugs. Screw change spark plugs in a Super. It's the worst. Alright, well, we've got that. Is there anything else that we need to potentially work on? Or do we just try... we got the new gun. When is the new gun coming? The new gun is coming in 67 days. Do we just hold until we get the new gun? I think we do. Because I want that new gun. Yeah. I think we just hold for the time being. Got new resources. We're doing fine there, so we don't have to worry about that. Still waiting for the next contract. There we go. Perfect timing. Alright, so we got the new contract. They want 45 light support tanks. Again, I mean, the Type B is something that they've been enjoying. Obviously, we haven't upgraded this thing. Like, we tried to give them the Stinger, but they just don't want the Stinger. So what was the biggest change between these? What was hurting us the most? Crew performance was hurting us. Mobility. And hard firepower. That's the thing that's killing us. Okay, so they didn't like the fact that we went with a smaller gun. So here you can see that for the gun, I mean, they just want hard firepower here, right? So if we look at the actual main gun, accuracy, range, okay, so we're losing out on accuracy. I thought that the smaller gun was going to be more accurate. Clearly that's not the case. We have better range. So there's that. We have better rate of fire. We have way better kinetic penetration. They have better shock penetration. And they have just better damage. This gun only does 2 damage, where this does 27 damage. I think that's the biggest detractor for us. So, the 2 biggest detractors for us is shock penetration and damage. Fair enough. Alright, so they want the Type B again. They want a total of 68 tanks. Good lord. We're going to make a killing. And because they want so many, we should be able to sell them at a cheaper rate, too. Obviously, the competitor, I mean, what do they got? 219, so we're going to have to come back on our price a little bit. But, I mean, we already have 31 in stock. We were building 44. How many did we just say that we were going to be able to build? 68. So that would be another 24 tanks. Alright, how long will it take me to get another 24 tanks? If I go in here, we fire up the second line, how long will it take me to build 24 more of the Type Bs? 24. That will be done in 62 days. Okay, get it started. And we do not quite have enough to max this out. So I would like to continue building or buying more or hiring more people. Because I want to be able to get at least 2 lines fully up and running if we can. So we're up to 439. So we need another 130 something. 130 some odd people. So we need to keep going there. Engineers, I think we're okay on, but I would love to be able to have 2 lines running at any given moment. But we'll keep this rolling, and then as this one finishes, we should be able to increase this one to give us what we want as well. So we have 21 days left there. Again, we got 30 days left, so we don't have to make a decision right away on that. What up, Grim? Appreciate you dropping in. Cujo, Subi Power and Tanks. Exactly. Subi Power and Tanks. We have the power of 3 Subarus in that tank. Ultimate off-road vehicle. Alright. What was I saying? So we got 30 days. We got to keep in mind. What do we got? The closest thing is probably 59. So we'll just keep rolling. This is 21, so it'll kick us off. Oh no! We have a fire! That's the worst thing that could have happened. Son of a biscuit! Well, that throws everything in for a loop. God darn it. I guess I should have friggin'... Oh, we are building a fire station too. Ain't that a bite in the booty? We're already building a fire station upgrade, but the fire happened anyway. Unfortunate. Talk about foresight. Alright, well, it's going to take 11 days for this to go through. How many days we got left on this? 22. Okay, so that'll take us halfway through. Okay, we just finished engineering our turret. Got all 3 of these still running. What up, Lucky? Good to see you. Appreciate you dropping in. Hope you're having a good evening as well. Appreciate everybody hanging out with me. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Alright. Factory's back up and running. We probably lost some people. I forget if we did or not, but we're going to go ahead and hire some more. How long is left? We got 11 days left on the contract. So, let's keep that going for the time being. Alright, pause. Got 3 days left for the contract. 5 days there, 37 days there. So, we'll have this completed in 37 days. So that puts us roughly a month from now. We'll say June? Or no, May. Because this is March, so April, May. So we're looking at May is about when we're going to finish. Alright, when do you want this by? You want it by June. Honestly, I feel like we can drop this back a little bit. That'll give us a little bit extra. Let's go ahead and say you want the Type B. We just drop this back. We sell them as many tanks as they want. Forget what our score is. 219. Okay, so this is a little bit too early. So May is when we're able to get it finished, and then it'll be down to how long it'll take us to ship. So I'm thinking we could probably go May 20th. And then we can drop the price just a little bit. Just to get us the guaranteed W. Alright. So we've got until May 20th to get this done. Make it happen. Alright, so we did finish the maintenance upgrade. How much are we paying now? Building cost is now down to 183. So that actually was significantly reduced. Because we were at, what, 200? Like, we reduced that by like $100,000, it seems like. Maybe I'm wrong. I forget what we were at. Maybe we were at 197. We got down to 183. So maybe it's not as big a deal as I thought. Still, saving us money is saving us money. We'll take it. We are currently still upgrading there. We got 2 days left until first batch of tanks is done. They have accepted. We have 55 days until that contract is fulfilled, or is deadline. So we want to go ahead and get this maxed out. That's going to be done in 25 days. So yeah, we'll have 20 days to ship the stuff. So we might as well ship what we have now. Doesn't hurt. Currently have 53 in stock. We'll do 50 of them at this moment. So we can ship 50 of them, get it done. All right. Everything else is good, so we just maintain. Alright, we have delivered 50 of the tanks that they have requested. France would like 60 tanks. What would you like? You would like a stopgap medium tank. Okay, well we do have a medium tank. You don't want our medium tank, though. You don't want any of our tanks. See, this is the problem with France. What kind of freaking medium tank? Okay, let's look at our medium tank and see why you don't like it. What is a stopgap medium tank? So your biggest things that you're wanting are hard firepower, protection, and soft firepower. Okay, so we get multipliers for finishing high in these 3 categories. Obviously, they want rate of fire, front thickness, as many machine guns as possible. Okay. Well, good to know, but unfortunately, I don't have anything for you. We'll have to consider that for the future. But yeah, we don't currently offer anything for you, so that's unfortunate. This is production that is going on. 16 days until it finishes. Alright, it is done. Go into the tanks. Required by contract, we need 18. We have 18. Ship them out the cheapest way possible, which is this one. Okay, and this will get there no later than 10 days. Or 16 days. So if we get, it would normally get there in 6 days. If it gets delayed, it'll be 10 days further, so it'll be 16 days, I think. So do we have at least 16 days? Yes. We've got plenty of time, so that's fine. Get it done. Alright, so that should be that contract done. So, do we go ahead and start building more of those? I think we hold, because they're starting to get less interested in those. And we are going to have our new cannon, so now that we've got our new cannon, I want to try to make the best cannon possible for everybody. Alright, so firepower. We just unlocked this cannon. We go with the high velocity explosive. I mean, that sounds like fun. Let's go ahead and get that done. Alright. Time to look at our cannon. What up, Thomas? Appreciate you dropping in. Simple Man, good to see you. Have I played Foxhole? I have not. I don't even think I've heard of that one. I've heard a lot of games. I don't think I've heard of that one. Alright, let's look into our new gun here. So we do have a new main gun. We want to look at our tier 3, which is this beautiful bastard right here. This, no, that's the wrong one. I lied. We want the big boy. Where's my big boy? All right, here. The big boy. Look at that 6-pounder, baby. Of a long barrel 6-pounder. All right, so her base is 445 stats. I'm going to see if we can't get better than that. Well, we don't have a muzzle brake yet. In terms of the reinforced mechanism versus a hydro spring mechanism, 16, 12, 16, 13 gun elevation. So these have the same gun elevation. Primary weapon reliability and repairability. I mean, if we go with this one, we get a better rate of fire. But we do lose quite a bit of repairability. I think we keep the Mark II version. Yeah. What about this one? So this one just has better accuracy, better range, less gunner required, and primary reliability is reduced slightly. Okay, and then for the breach, what do we got? So we're going to lose gun depression with this breach. We gain rate of fire a lot. We gain repairability. We lose a loader. Yeah, this is just better. Okay, so we actually don't need to do anything with the main gun. Okay, well, there's that. Fine enough. Well, in that case, I think now is a good time for us to go ahead and come up with our improved version of the Stinger. So we are going to go in here and design our new Stinger. So we have the Stinger Mark 1. If we go in here and try to get this, can I duplicate clone design? And then for the clone, we want to look at changing the gun. The gun is the main thing that is not preferable. Right, 652 to 771, so that's just better. Engine, we've got the new H12, so we want to throw that in there. Wow, that's a big engine for this little tank. Oh, it's gonna be steamy in here. Lord have mercy. Alright. We need to come up with better tracks, but we don't have them yet. So we're researching them. We don't have them yet, so we'll go with these Pegasus Mark IIs. In terms of turrets, forget what we've got. Turrets, 464, 505. Did we not make a new turret? Could have swore we came up with a new one of these. Didn't we? Could have swore we came up with a new one of these. I swear we came up with one of these. Alright, well, we'll go with this then. Is what it is. Main guns. We do have the brand new QF 6-pounder. Look at that sucker. That should give you all the firepower you ever needed. Put that into perspective. Our best gun that everybody seemed to enjoy was the 3-pounder, which was this, with 367 stats. Well, now we're up to 445. This should have way more hard firepower, way more damage. Like, this should be a fantastic gun for them. Right? And then, of course, our best current machine gun is the Vickers, so we'll go with that. Beautiful. For the crew, we are going to go with a driver, a commander, a gunner, a loader, and a... did I not have a mechanic? Where's my mechanic? A mechanic, and then a gunner. Alright, so that fits all of our things that we needed. Our gun is slightly, like, this is not quite working correctly. Also, the gun doesn't seem to actually be mounted on the freaking turret properly. So, again, this is a, you know, one of those situations where this is a early access to a beta build, so I will give some feedback to the developer to let them know that this is a thing. So this needs to be bumped over to make sure it lines up properly. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't affect our performance any. I doubt it will. It doesn't, like, it's not showing that it's a collision or anything. So this just needs to be adjusted. Alright, expendables. Let's get our best stuff possible. So we want to have the best soft firepower that we can. We also want to have alright, so let's look. So we had the increased cap shell, or increased charge shell. What is this? Shock penetration? Less damage gives us shock penetration. This gives us most damage. Man, I feel like we need better, like, we need more options for shell types. Well, the shrapnel seems to be pretty good, so this gives us our damage as well as our spall penetration. I still feel like we need some sort of like armor piercing here. So let's look at what we've got. So Mark II, frag, enhanced effect. This is 16 versus 19. I mean, the ballistic cap shells seem to be pretty good for penetration. I mean, this is a tier 3. I think we go for this. Just throw this on there and see what happens. It doesn't give us our overall penetration of armor. So this may not work in our favor, but hoping it will. Alright, in terms of our others, I feel like having a penetrating round is good, and then our incendiary round is also probably good. Fuel, we do have the new stabilized fuel, so I think that would be a good thing to throw in there. And then in terms of oil, purified oil seems like the better bet there. So we'll go with that. Paint, to keep it the same color, this will be the Stinger Mark II. Save. Alright, assign that. It's going to take them, due to exceeded limit values, vehicle, the design is deemed inadequate. Please rectify. Oh. Oh. So we're too heavy. How do we pull? I mean, we're not that far over. How do we pull a little bit of weight out of this thing? Is there better tracks here? Nope. I mean, this makes it a little bit lighter, so this would get us under what we want. Gives us a little bit more mobility, but drops the protection and reliability. Not ideal. But yeah, this puts us... We are literally 100 pounds over the limit. Alright. Let's look at the crew. Maybe we can shave some weight by stripping a crew out of this. Alright, so the commander, we have to have a commander doing a commander thing. The driver, we could have the driver doing multiple things here and be fine. So the driver is going to be a driver loader or driver mechanic, I think. One or the other. Yeah, so driver mechanic. Okay. So, can we just get rid of the mechanic at this point? Okay, not quite. Okay, so we have commander, we have driver mechanic, we have gunner. The gunner can be gunner loader. And get away with that. So that gets rid of the loader. So now the only thing that we need is a mechanic. So that gets us what we need, and we are just under the limit. Look at that. Just under the limit. You love to see it, baby. Alright. We just had to get rid of one of our guys. It's fine. So now it is a 4-person tank. Just barely under the limit. Go ahead and assign that. 23 days and that design will be ready. Alright. Look at that gigantic freaking turrets, or gun sticking out of the turret. It's insane. You making a martyr? I mean, I'm not really making anything in particular. I'm just trying to like come up with a better medium tank, or a better light tank. The British seem to really be liking our tanks that we've been selling them, and I want to come up with a slightly better version so I can get more money out of them. Alright, so that'll take 23 days for them to complete that. Production-wise, I think we just hold for now. Okay, we have completed that contract. Getting more money in the bank. Love to see that. Perfect. Time to test drive. We have the Stinger Mark II. Test drive it. Now, once we test drive this, we will be able to go back and fix it. But, I mean, right out the gate, she's already running real nice. Really enjoying the extra horsepower of having that flat 12, I think. I mean, she got some pickup. And we got to keep all of our protection. We just had to strip down one of our crew members. Have some people doing double duty. I want to hear... Well, I highly doubt that they've changed the sounds. Because I didn't hear any difference between the previous weapons. So, we'll see as we get up here to fire on these guys. Just go ahead and pull up right here. It's definitely got a faster rate of fire. So there's that. We got a little bit slow off the line, but once we get moving, this thing is pretty quick. Pretty sure being able to jump off of things the way we are beat the ever-living crap out of you. Hit it on the run. Beautiful. Switch over to the machine gun. Actually, nope. Keep the main gun ready. We will be shooting the armored vehicle. Beautiful. Now switch to the machine gun. Spray these little turds. Perfect. Go forward. Next challenge will also be all infantry, so we'll keep the Vickers selected. I look forward to the next time the British order a tank. I feel like they're going to want this thing. If they, my luck, they're going to change what they're looking for just as I get a tank that they're absolutely going to love. That's going to be my luck. How do you make your fleet do good? I'm not sure what you mean there. Like in terms of like upgrading your fleet or just your fleet members in general? I mean, you could always get in and do like training rooms to help everybody get a little bit better if you're looking to improve everybody. That would be one way to improve. You know, make sure everybody understands the basics. If you're looking in terms of how to improve the fleet, that would be in the upgrade section and requires oil from your members that are either buying things in game to earn oil or just logging in and like completing certain things will get you oil. So the more active you are, the more oil you'll earn. And obviously if you buy things, you're going to earn more oil that way too. But yeah, upgrading your fleet takes a long time, man. It really does, to get all the bonuses and stuff. Like, the first few bonuses are relatively easy to get, but I feel like after that, it takes forever. Got it. And then we walk through the finish line. Perfect. Alright, we will go through and we will fix all the flaws. Go back in here, we'll look at our Mark II Stinger. Stinger Mark II. Fix the flaws, please. Mend all. Beautiful. What is this? Send to the archive. Okay, this one I think we will send to the archive, because this was a failed design. So we'll keep the Stinger Mark II. this should be a much more desirable tank than this. It is obviously heavier. That might be a problem, because I didn't pay attention to that. But look at the attribute score. Like, we're 300 points higher on attributes than this thing. So this should just be a better version. And it's now got a bigger gun than this, so that'll help us in the firepower department, which the British seem to really be wanting out of this thing. So I'm hoping that this is just going to be better. But we are right up against the amount of capacity that tank can actually hold. So we are currently researching some new tracks. These ones, unfortunately, aren't going to do us any good. Those are for the light tank. But as we get in and get the next tier of tracks, that's going to help us be able to have bigger tanks going forward. Okay, we did just unlock a new hull, which is nice. I think we just go straight for this. Doesn't make any sense to go otherwise. Or do we go for the light tank? I don't know. I like this turret. Let's go for this turret. This turret looks so nice. Alright, so we did just unlock the heavy Matilda hull. So I do want to kind of look into that. I am going to make a version of the Matilda hull that has like all the modern amenities. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. So if we go in here, we should be able to find the Tier 3 Matilda hull. Here's the version that we want. Look at that thing, man. It's gonna be a beast. Alright. We're gonna go with the casting. We don't have any, like, comms, unfortunately. We are gonna use that. We're gonna use that. We don't have any extended ammo storage. Okay. So we don't actually have anything extra that we can do to this except the casting, so that's gonna help. Let's get that started. That'll take 17 days to get through. Okay, France wants 60 new stopgap medium tanks again. Well, I wonder if they would like our new Stinger Mark II. No. The French and I don't get along. You know what? France, since you and I aren't getting along, I think I'm going to close my thing with you. Because you're not doing me any good. How do we do that? I think we gotta go to the world menu, don't we? Yeah. Like, I just don't seem like I ever get any designs that France wants. And we're paying $80,000. Well, we paid $80,000. We're paying $7,500 maintenance every single month to keep this up. Alright, so this is what they currently have. The Morrigan MLE-2. They have a crap ton of them. Is this what they're calling their medium stopgap tank? Or is this the M3 Lee is what they're calling the medium stopgap tank, maybe? They don't have any trophies. I mean, they have a bunch of these Morrigan MLE-2s. I'm not sure which one they consider a medium stopgap tank, but I'm assuming it's this. Or this. I mean, it's the only two options, really. Alright, well, I'm ready to close that, but I also think that we'll eventually get to something that they might actually like. But I don't know if it would do me any good to look into, like, potentially opening with the rest of them. Yeah, I think we just go back. Let's just hold for now. We've got the 3 majors. You know what we could do? Like, United States of America, what can we do here? Look at their tanks. So they've got these M2E3s. As well, that's just it. That's all they got. They've got the M2E3. Well, I know they produce... M2E1s as well. I know they've got M3 Lees because they sold them to France. But they're not actually using them. I guess they know. They're like, no, M3 Lee's terrible. We're not doing that. M3 Lee did pave the way for the M4 though. That is the thing. As ugly as the freaking M3 Lee is, and as terrible of a tank as that thing is, it did pave the way for the M4 Sherman. Alright, well, let's just keep on rolling, I guess. Got a lot of people sitting around not doing anything. Like, on one hand, I think that we should go ahead and build some of those tanks, but on the other hand, I feel like if I do this, I'm going to shoot myself in the foot. Because I don't know if they're going to like them. I feel like it's a no-brainer. Like, if they keep ordering the same tanks, they're going to love this thing. But if I build them and they don't want them, then I'm stuck with them. So I feel like waiting until I see whether or not they want them is the best option for the moment. British would like 23 light support tanks. Here's our chance. Are they going to like this better than the previous Type B? The answer is fuck yes. They want it. They want it bad. To put it in perspective, this is now worth a 151. So they don't want this anymore. This is outdated. They don't want it. This is the new hotness. They all want the Stinger. Let's go, baby. They want 35 of these. So let's see if we can get 35 of them built. How long will it take me to build 35 Stinger Mark IIs? Alright, Stinger Mark IIs. 35. It's going to take 76 days. Get it done. That is nothing. Materials, we're still doing okay, but I will go ahead and just check, make sure that we can order 35. Where were you? Africa? Can you guys got plenty? You do have plenty. Beautiful. I'm glad you got your iron back. Beautiful. Let's order 156K. We'll take it. All right. So we have the contract available. These guys just want their stopgap mediums. We don't have anything that fits that, unfortunately. We do have the new 30 days until that finishes. So keep an eye on this, I guess. I guess this is... Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this. So as we get close to 25 days, we'll know that we need to fill that contract, or at least submit our contract. Okay, we just finished our research, or our engineering for the Heavy Matilda hull. But again, we don't quite have the tracks or anything to do anything with that, unfortunately, so we just keep going. Okay, the resources are here. Beautiful. And now that we know that they're going to like that, I think getting in here and ordering another, like, 35 of them would be a good idea. It's going to take 90 days, but at least we start... Now that we know that they want them, we're going to make a bunch of them. Alright, let's keep that rolling. We might as well just go ahead and order some more materials. Africa, 156. Yep. Seems like Africa is the best bet. Get it done. Alright. What did we say? How much time we got left? We missed our contract? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm actually an idiot. Ah, I'm so dumb. We missed it by 2 days. I'm stupid. God darn it. It's hard to tell how long it'll be before they order more. We know they want them, and we're gonna have plenty of them. But that's just my own stupidity. God darn it. I even said when we get down close to 25, we need to pay attention, and I screwed it up. God darn it. Well, let's hope they order some new tanks real soon. Golly, man, that is so stupid. Why did I do that? Shot myself right in the foot. Right in the foot, man. That could cost me a lot of money in the long run. Alright, we got some research done. Oh, okay, so what did we finish? It was the running gear, right? So let's get in here. We got the lightweight running gear done, so let's get in and get the high resistance oil started. It's nice having 3 different researchers available so we can research one in each category at the same time. It's pretty nice, man. Pretty nice. Alright, well, keep it rolling. Hopefully Britain will call back and say, hey, you know, we didn't get a... Leslie Phillips. Okay, what do you do? We can definitely get this guy because we're British. So what do we got? So you specialize in administration or engineering. Okay. And you give us lobby focus. I don't really care about that. Maintenance focus. That's beneficial. Running gear focus. Power unit focus. And engineers per line. Okay, so we can get an extra 5 engineers if we put it on something that requires engineers. Or we get a little bit of bonus in running gears and power units. Okay. Well, let's go back to factory and look at our current engineer, because we do have this guy here. So this guy currently has a 7% bonus to construction costs. Wait, we can actually just add a new guy. Oh, well if that's the case, I'll just add him to it. Oh my god, I didn't realize we had so many people we could hire. This guy's 60. He retires at 65, so, I mean, all these guys are old. These guys are younger. I mean, we get 5 years out of this guy. I didn't realize we had so many... Oh, these are all the people that are already hired. I'm an idiot. I'm dumb. Alright, this is the guy we're after. Hire him. Bring him in. We'll slap him in our research department. It'll take him a few days to get here, but once he gets here, we'll be able to slap him in the research department. That'll speed up productivity a little bit. What up, Conquistador? How's it going? Appreciate you dropping in. Alright, Leslie Phillip is officially here. We're going to go ahead and slap him right in here. There you go. And now that we've got him in there, we should be able to go in here and max these guys out. Because now we can have 5 more people per line. It's not a huge increase in time it takes, but it is noticeable. We'll take it. Rival tank captured. Let me look. So China has captured something. The Viles Var 3. I mean, this looks a lot more modern, so I think we will go ahead and buy this. It's a lot of money, but it is being offered by China. Well, China, I think I will buy it. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, China. Let me take a look at this thing. I've not seen this thing yet, but it looks more modern. There's that. We want the actual reverse engineering department. Can we get rid of this now? Like, can we just not have that? So this is what they just got. Interesting. I honestly don't know what this is modeled after. It's an interesting one. I kind of like the hull a little bit. What engine we got? A BMW inline 6. Okay, so this is something German then. Tugarin. Support. Universal VAR. L10 VAR. Alright, we got a lot of machine guns. I feel like this might fit the role of a stopgap medium tank for the French. Alright, let's get the hull. I have no idea what this is. I'll be real honest. This does not look familiar to me at all. But let's get that. That'll take 47 days. Engine, we don't need that right away. Running gear might be coming in handy. It has a limit of 27,000, so let's go ahead and get that started. And then maybe looking into the secondary. This is a 76 millimeter gun, but it's a short barrel 76. 321. I think we just look at this for now. Let's get that. Oh, we don't have enough engineers. It's fine. It's fine for now. That's going to take 434 days with one guy working on it. I feel like it wouldn't take that long to reverse engineer. Looks like a Russian T-28. You think it's Japanese? I mean, it could be. I don't know. I'll be honest. I have no idea. Let me look at the world. Let's look at the Japanese and see what they have. So, Japan. What is your tank core looking like? So they have the Balders. Als FCs. Okay. The Chinese have a lot of the Morrigans. So, is this a French design? Because I feel like that hull was the same thing that the Morrigan is based off of. Like, if we look over here, you can see the Morrigan. Like, that's the hull, right? So this is their stopgap medium 2 that they've been requesting. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be. Could be wrong. But either way, let's keep time rolling. Alright, the British want 23 light support tanks. Well, it's not what we were gonna get, but we know that they're gonna want our Stinger Mark II. So let's go ahead and do that. We have how many in there? 46, so we can already hit this immediately, so we can just drop this. What do you want for... okay, it is currently 814. And we are going to be selling 35 of them. So how long will it take me to ship? It's probably not going to show, is it? Okay, it'll tell me delivery speed is 6. So we want this, so delivery speed of 8. We'll just think of it's like 18 days max. Okay. Well, I don't want to screw this up again. So let's give them the Stinger Mark II. We'll look at the competitor's tank. Yeah, he's terrible. It's terrible. We'll get all of this. It's currently halfway through August. So just pull this back to like the beginning of October should be fine. All right. We are going to get 66,662. Ah, we're 4 off. I'll have all 6s. Almost had a straight flush. Anyway. Yeah, I think this is obviously going to be very beneficial for us. This will be a total of $2.3 million for this contract. Let's go. We'll make it a thing, man. Look at the Russian design. Alright, we'll look at that. Let's look at what the Russians are up to. It definitely did not look Russian. Never mind, it kind of looks Russian. It looks exactly Russian. Because this is exactly what it is. Veles Ver 3. Okay. Aha! The Morozov Design Bureau. Okay, so this is exactly what it is. We got our first Russian tank. Alright. That's what we got then. I still think it might actually fit that French stopgap tank that they've been wanting. Because they wanted a medium tank with a lot of machine guns, and that hull has a lot of machine guns possible. So that might work really well for them. Alright, well, keep it going. Okay, they have accepted. We will go ahead and shell our tanks. Actually, before we do that, how long did we have left? 43 days. Okay, we got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Alright, so we've got our Stinger Mark IIs. Wait, I clicked the wrong button. We want this one. There we go. 35 of them. Ship them out. Make it happen. There you go, baby. Let's get in here and check them out. So, we currently have 575 and 485. So I want another 90 people if I can. Yes, that is exactly how many people I need. So I want 90. That gives us the ability to have 2 full lines running, which is going to be helpful. So we'll go with that. Engineers, I think we're doing fine. Why didn't I just finish? God dang it. I'm a dummy. I actually might be just dumb. I don't know why you guys put up with me. 575. Boom. Now we have 2 full lines of production. It's going to finish in 40 days. This will finish in 1. And then we can start another batch. Beautiful. 35 tanks delivered. Let's go ahead and start the next production of 35 more of these things. Where's my Stinger Mark II? There you are. 35. Get it done. And then we can go in and get some more resources for it. Okay, we don't quite have enough iron there, so I guess we'll go to the next best place, which is Australia. What up, gamer? You're a world... I was going to say, this is like right up your alley because you love tanks. I know a lot about tanks, but I don't know a lot about all the tanks. Does that make sense? Like, I do love tanks, but I don't know everybody's tanks. I know, like, the iconic ones. Like, I can tell you the difference between the T-34, the Tiger, and the, you know, the M4 Sherman, right, just by looking at it. But I can't tell you everything about every tank that ever existed. Also, I don't know who just sent me messages, but I'm assuming that was Jess. Told you. Sending me messages while I'm live? How dare you? Okay, what was I doing? We got 30 days till we get our next batch here. We got 42 days left on the contract. We're already shipping them out, so we should be good. Just let it roll. Okay, got delivery, or delayed on our delivery, but we're fine. We got plenty of time. Beautiful. Contract is finished. We got all the monies. We're up to 6.4 million again. Hopefully we'll get another order for some tanks. Speaking of, we've got the stopgap medium, but we don't have it available yet. You gotta give us time, France. We're not ready yet. We're not ready. Yeah, well, we already know we don't have a design for them, unfortunately. So let's just keep on rolling. William McKinney is for hire of the United States of America. Well, let's see what you got. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability because we would have to increase our reputation with the United States of America. Should we start, like, I mean, I feel like having the United States as a potential selling, I mean, that's a lot of money potentially, right? Like, surely they're going to want stuff. Do we start? I think we do. I think we do. I think it makes sense. Let's go with that. Establish. It's going to cost $80K. It's going to be $7,500 a month. I mean, these two, I mean, Japan, I like how they show Japan has invaded, and I mean, Japan owns Korea, Japan has taken some of China. This is interesting to look at. But, I feel like just opening offices with all the major players would be a good idea. Like Spain, Portugal, at least Spain, Italy. Hungary. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just going to be more contracts potentially for us. Who is more likely to get us military strength is 99, military, I mean, I feel like Italy is probably the better. Italy and Hungary. Let's go Italy. Let's establish that too. Basically, establishing offices just seems like a good idea with everybody, because then you have more chance to sell stuff. Also, Russia might not be a bad idea. Again, potential to sell them a lot of tanks. I'm gonna be trying to sell tanks to everybody. Like, I ain't out here to sit, like, it ain't my job to decide who's good, who's bad, okay? I'm just trying to sell tanks. That's my entire thing. I don't care who's who, who's what. Alright, Lucky, appreciate you, man. Have a good night. What up, Thor? Wait, what? So you're saying I can actually initiate contracts? That must be a new thing. Maybe it's because I'm at a higher level now. Yeah. Okay. So, I'm used to getting up into these, so you didn't really have anything. You got restock contracts available, supply contracts, tank trophies, that sort of thing. Administrators, contract, lobby. You can have up to 2 contracts per year. Tier 3, I mean, we're already at Tier 4. Experimental contracts. What is an experimental contract? Contract lobby. Oh. Initiate a contract for what? What do you want? I mean, do you want more stingers? Oh, yes, you are. Oh, now we're talking. You want 90 of them? Ooh, okay, let's chill on the initiating the contract for the time being, because we can sell 90 tanks that way? Yeah, let's do it. I am all for that. That just seems like a win-win. Win-win-win. Alright, well, let's keep building. That's a lot of tanks that I can sell. We currently have 37... Forget how many we're currently building. We're going to have 35 and 35. That's 70 by the time we're done. Yeah. So that'll be 70 by the time we're done. And those will be done when? 54 days. So 54 days we'll have 70 tanks. We'll keep that in our back pocket for the time being. But let's keep this party rolling, shall we? Okay, we got our resources. Another rival tank, the Balder Ulst SC. I mean, that definitely sounds... anytime I see OSF, I just assume that that's German. So yeah, I kind of want it. Wait, we can just simply buy... Well, if you just do this, yeah. Oh my god, so you can actually just go in and buy stuff. It's stupidly expensive if you do it that way, where it's much cheaper if you have the trophy tank. But it is kind of cool. The Rheinmetall. Mein Rheinmetall Panzerwagen. Alright. Well, this thing looks interesting, but that's $5 million. I can't afford that. I'll go broke. Does look cool. What we got over here? We got the M3 Lee with T. This is an M2, but it kind of looks like a T1. Of course, got these ugly French. Dude, the French are just hideous when it comes to tanks. The Morgan isn't as bad, but these things, these tank destroyers, whew, sadness. Alright, well, let's go back to trophies. I forget you got a trophy here, so we want to go ahead and buy that. It's $485,000. We will be reverse engineering that at the first available opportunity. We do have time. Alright, well, do we have a new contract available yet? It's the Stop Gap, right? Yeah. Keep it going. Rearmed turret has been finished. Beautiful. Let's get the next thing started there. What up, Lances? I think you've been here for a while, but I don't remember. What up, Jacob? Appreciate you dropping in as well. Alright, so we've got the rearmed turret. Do we go with the early welding assembly? I mean, that seems like a good thing. I'm no expert, but it seems good. Let's get it done. Who doesn't like welding instead of casting everything? Better more easily repaired out in the field if you can weld, right? 9 days, 4 days. Just wait there. Got 3 days, 161, 137. Okay. Let's go back in. Okay, we're currently working on that, so we should be looking into fire repair. Okay, so we just finished the high velocity explosive. Now we got the armor piercing capped ballistic composite? Would that be a composite? So incorporating both a hard and ballistic cap, this armor piercing shell benefits for better range and performance against angled plating. Okay. Sure, make it a thing. Eventually, we're going to have to get our... I mean, we don't really have to go for this. There's nothing that requires us to go for these. Because we are about to get into something down the line. Long barrel anti-tank cannon. Ooh, buddy. That sounds fun. Look at that sucker. It's a Mark II 6-pounder with a muzzle brake. Look, flash guard. Composite rigid. Support howitzer. Now we're talking. Big old 25-pounder howitzer. All the derp. High velocity cannon. I like the sound of that. That is a Mark II 17-pounder. Whoo! That's going to leave a mark. That's going to leave a mark on somebody's face. And it don't matter what you're hiding behind. The old 17-pounder. That's a nasty gun. What up, Matt? How's it going? Alright, what was I doing? We're waiting for these to finish. We're almost done reverse engineering here. Okay. Let's get in and do some more reverse engineering, shall we? Now, I do want to go in and wrap this up. This should not take this long. So let's go 45. Boop. That'll be done in 10 days. So these will be done pretty quickly. And then I kind of want to look like... Was it this one that we were working on? Yes. So we just finished the tracks for this. We're almost done with that. I'm not really interested in the primary weapon at all. At least not right now. So I think it would be actually behoove us to go for this thing. Look at this. Look at this sucker. Now, this is German. What would I like out of the Germans? I mean, their guns are usually pretty freaking good. The Maschinengewehr aus F213. We have the 75mm 20. We have fancy turrets. I feel like their turrets are pretty good too. We have 3 of these little suckers. Can't tell if these... I think these are the same, and then this one's its own. So this is... Yeah, so these are the same. This is the main turret. So possibly. BMW inline 6-cylinder. I mean, you know, the hull is also pretty nice. I ain't gonna lie, that's a nice hull. It's gonna take a little while to get into something. I think we go for the hull. Let's go ahead and do that. I just don't have enough engineers. Do we hire some more engineers? I think we hire some more engineers. We got a lot of stuff to get through, so let's go ahead and do that. Do we not have enough? Okay, apparently we don't have enough. We're at 41 though. It's going to take 50 days to get through that. Alright, let's get back. Once we get done reverse engineering everything, we're going to have to go through and find out what we can do to improve our stuff. But for now, we just chill. Okay, we did finish production on the Stinger. I actually want to continue just making more of those Stinger Mark IIs because I feel like they're going to be pretty good for a while. Yeah, let's just do another 35 of them. Why not? Why not? Okay. Getting awfully low on money. Well, not yet, but we will be. Hopefully we'll get another contract soon. Because I think they can initiate 2 per year, and there it is. Oh. They want an airborne tank. Well, we're not ready for an airborne tank. And this one doesn't meet the requirements. I mean, the Stinger meets the requirements for their airborne tank. Sure! Why not? How many would you like? 90? I mean... So we got, what, 12 left to build here. That'll take us up to 75. And then this will be... I mean, we can do it. Let's hold for now. We gotta remember. Okay, so we got 30 days. So keep in mind, 30 days. Don't overrun the contract, dum-dum. Rudolf Kohler is now available from Switzerland. I don't think we're going to be able to get him because I'm pretty sure you'd have to, yeah, as I say, we'd have to have a relationship with Switzerland, which we don't really have. What up, Lobster? Good to see you. Appreciate you guys dropping in. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying so far. Don't forget to slap that like button. We're already up to 71 likes on this, so thank you guys so much for that. All right. Well, let's keep it rolling. How many days? How many days are left? 26 days. Okay. Don't screw it up. Good news is this will finish at 20. That'll stop us. France would like stopgap medium tanks. I don't have enough. I don't have anything for that yet. You're gonna have to chill, France. Soon enough. All right, we actually have our reverse engineering stuff done. Shh, I clicked the wrong thing. Sorry. All right, so let's go back in here. I do want to. We are currently working on the hull. I would like to look at the running gear. I think that would be something that we want to make sure that we're working on. And then if we can, maybe we go for the big turret. Let's go for the Sturmpanzer turret. Go ahead and hire those guys, because now we should be able to go in here and go into here, get these guys maxed out. Here we go. That'll be 37 days. Mama told me when I was young, sat beside me, my only son, listen closely to what I say. If you do this, it'll help you some sunny day. Oh yes. Okay, so the max that we can do is 25 at a time, apparently. Why? Are we low on materials or something? Alright, well, just get it done. I ain't gonna worry about it. Let me get in here and get some more resources. I'm gonna try to order enough resources to do like 90 of these if we can. Okay, Africa can't quite pull it off. Oceania can. So let's go ahead and do that. It's gonna be $450,000. Alright, now we want to go in here. Alright, when are we gonna finish, like... How many did they want? Oh, I'm so... Alright, they want 90. We currently have 87, so we basically have enough to finish that. So let's give them the Stinger. I'm glad that the airborne tank that they want actually fits with the Stinger. So I'm happy with that. So they want these by January 25th. I mean, we've got plenty of time there. I only need to build 3 more tanks to be able to fulfill what they want, so I feel like we can pull this all the way back. The shipping is actually going to be the interesting part. So maybe we don't go too crazy on this, and then we just pop this all the way up here. Competitors offer 230. Okay. Alright, so that's what we're going to get. So we're going to make a total of 400... Wait. Oh, that's the cancellation. We're going to make a total of $4.7 million off of one contract. Let's go. That's what we're talking about. All the money. Give me all your money, Britain. I will take it all. Alright, we probably ought to go ahead and start shipping some of this. Oh, we can't, because they haven't accepted it yet. We gotta at least wait for them to accept. Okay, it's now accepted. Now we can ship some tanks. Oh, we actually already have enough. So we're gonna ship 90 of them. I can't ship 90 all from the same person. So let's look at what we can do. So if we go with the cheapest version, that's these guys. They can ship 30. That still doesn't get us there. Alright, let's ship 30 with the cheapest version. Boop. Then we will ship 50 at this. And then we'll go up to this for the last 10. Wait, why didn't that work? $30 and $50 and then $10. There we go. So that is all of our tanks shipped out as quickly as we can. That'll complete that order. We just reverse engineered the track. Beautiful. What up, Cujo? Need more storage? Yeah, that'll be another thing that we might look into. Alright, so we are already working on... We got the hull. We're working on the tracks. We're working on this. I feel like one of the guns. Let's go with the actual like machine gewehr. I feel like that's a good thing to grab. Okay. Let's go ahead and look into buying storage. So we've got stockpile. Upgrade that. That'll take 52 days to increase. British Empire wants 60 airborne tanks. I'm telling you, they are loving my tanks. We'll hold. We got 30 days from now, so when that gets down to 9. Okay, we just finished reverse engineering that. Okay, let's keep it going. I guess we'll go for the other little turret. Okay, we have finished the contract. We're up to almost $9 million in the bank. Beautiful. The one thing I didn't look at is, do we actually have a loan? I don't think so. Alright, and then this is incoming materials. How much time we got left? 25 days left on that contract. Beautiful. Okay. 18 days left. So we're building 60 tanks there. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to give them 90, but we can do 60. So 60. We know that you want the Stinger. We know that the competitor sucks. 238. Okay, so we will be able to get you 60 of them. We'll crank up the price. Something like that. Make it happen. Okay, more reverse engineering has been completed. I guess we could go for the BMW inline 6-cylinder. See, or do we go for the like howitzer looking gun? Let's go for the gun. We might get some sort of technology that can help our other guns out. The other thing I want to look at is tank depot. I think upgrading that capacity might do us some good too. Mama told me when I was young. Every time I see your name, I can't help but sing. Can't help it, man. Russia would like 70 polyvalent tank. Alright, would you like the Stinger? No. You would absolutely hate the Stinger. You wouldn't like anything that we currently have. So what is your thing? Mobility, protection, and hard firepower. So, a light tank with a lot of firepower. I mean, again, I feel like the only thing we're missing here is the light part, right? So the protection is lacking apparently. Okay, we're a little bit lacking in stealth. The hull is lacking a lot of ricochet. Yeah, just want a better hull. We don't have that yet. I mean, we do have a better hull, but we're not ready yet. We will be coming up with better tanks soon enough. Just hold your horses. But I'm glad you're interested in some new stuff. I'm thinking that the Matilda is about to make an appearance real soon. But we gotta get our running gears and stuff, and we're not there yet. Though we have researched some new running gears that potentially could work. You know what? Let's look at potentially looking into a Matilda design. Because we already did the Matilda hull. Medium Mark III. Is this a tier 3? It was considered a heavy, wasn't it? Heavy Matilda, yeah. So if we go with this, the V2, so it's going to be that. What is our best engine currently? I would imagine. Oh. None of these are going to work? Oh. Well, I guess we got the Armstrong V8 Mark II. We don't currently have a running gear. For it. So we gotta work on that. In terms of turrets, I feel like our close support. This is the brand new one, right? Like, I feel like this is, I mean, look at that turret, man. That thing looks sick. Gun-wise, I mean, I would still throw our gun in there. The QF Mark I 6-pounder. Seems like a good idea. And then, what is best? We do have the Sturmgewehr. I thought. Oh, we do, right there. 300 versus the Vickers. I mean, 328. The Vickers is better. So we go with the Vickers. Now, we could start mixing and matching parts to potentially make that better. So the only thing we're really missing to be able to pull this off would be tracks. So we need to go in and look at our tracks for the Centaur. So we need to look at Centaur Mark II. Alright, well, let's go to our engineering department. Yes. We'll save that as new for now. We can come back to that. So we want to look at tracks. So the Centaur seems to be a thing. And the Mark II specifically can do 15,000 pounds. I mean, both of these. This one's just heavier. Tier 2 Mark 5. Just gonna throw Mark 5s in everything if I can. Alright, let's get that. Assign it. Do we have enough to get 35 more people? Not quite, but... that'll get done in 45 days. Matilda is a heavy tank, not a medium. Yeah, I'm just going by World of Tanks. I know in the game it's considered a heavy. Like I said, in World of Tanks it was considered a medium tank. So that's why I call it a medium tank. Just what I'm used to calling it. Okay, they accepted. So we have 90 days to ship all of our tanks out. We have 60 tanks total to ship out. Alright, let's go ahead and ship out 30 of them now. Because we can. The cheapest version. Alright. Okay, our resource storage has been upgraded by 180,000, meaning we can hold 367,000? Okay. Tank delivery was delayed. Shocker. Alright, let's get in here. Let's go ahead and max this out. Okay, that'll be done in 29 days. Back in and finish getting the rest of this stuff. Okay, assign. And then if we go back here, we should be able to get in here. Need 3 more. If we can, we can't quite get 3 more. Okay. Fair enough. Back to the factory. T-34 has 45 millimeters all around. Sherman had 51 front. Well, the Sherman also had sloped armor. See, that's the part that everybody forgets about. Like, everybody talks about the Shermans being, like, not protected or whatever, and that's just not the case. Like, with their armor slope, they were actually similar protected to the Tiger, but the problem is the Tiger just had a better gun. Okay, 64 tanks. One more day, we finish our next production run. Probably ought to start producing more of these if we can. More Stinger Mark IIs, please. How many? Answer is yes. I can just build 90 of them right there. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Alright, get back in and order more materials. Okay, so they're out of high carbon steel. They're out of high carbon steel. So we can get quite a bit of this, but we're low on high carbon steel. Who's the next one? So this would have been 452, 401, 588, 592, 533. So Asia looks like the next place. Fair enough. Order. Don't research the T28 gun. It's horrible. Also, have a good night, Simple Man. Appreciate you dropping in, man. I thought I clicked on this, but apparently not. Okay, contract is currently open. We got 68 days to deliver. How many tanks have we already delivered? It was for 60 total, and we've delivered 30, right? Yeah. So we got 30 more that are due. I may have screwed ourselves. Okay, so this should be pretty much all researching, so we're good there. This thing is researching there, so I guess we go for the gun or the small turrets. Let's go for the gun. Again, might give us something. How long before we get 30 tanks total? We need to keep an eye on that. We got 65 days to deliver 30 more tanks. Tank storage just got increased by 90. Perfect. Russia would like more polyvalent tanks. We don't have the opportunity yet. We're working on it, Russia. Give us time. Actually, we were looking at it. We were going to do that. Fair enough. It was Wait, am I crazy? Thought we finished the... I'm getting so far behind everything right now. Okay, so we got 2 days left. Okay, that's fair enough. Alright, we will go ahead and do... this one, throw these on, and what will we call this thing when we're done? It's technically a heavy tank. If we've got the Stinger as our kind of light / medium tank, what would this thing be called? It's got the same gun as the Stinger. Alright, Jess, appreciate you dropping in as well. Thumper? I don't hate Thumper, but I feel like Thumper would have a bigger gun. I mean, this is a 6-pounder. It's not a small gun. Call it Grim. Pershing? Nah. I kind of want to avoid names of things that already exist. What would this thing be called? It's a heavy tank. My brain's not working. I might just call it Thumper. Also, look at your other messages. French interwar car B1 BIS 75 is better than it. That's the T28. You just started researching that horrible gun. It's fine. Like I said, it's not necessarily that you research the whole gun. Like, I'm not probably going to use the gun, but you might get pieces of the gun that are useful. I think we'll just call it the Thumper. Mark 1. Save. Yeah, I've got to finish the engineering for the tracks before I can start it. Okay, that's done. Now we should be able to start this. Oh, I forgot to do the rest of the stuff. Alright, crew. I mean, we gotta have a driver, commander, a mechanic, gunner loader, and then a loader mechanic. Can't have a loader mechanic. Mechanic loader, there we go. Can do that, and then this guy can just be a gunner. Alright. Or gunner loader, sorry, it's a gunner loader. There we go. That meets all of our requirements for our crew. Let me go ahead and do this real quick too. We've got increased charge shell, HEHV, high explosive, high velocity shell, huh? A little. A little bit more kinetic penetration, but not as much overall damage as the increased charge. Does include a little bit more shock penetration and more range. I think we go with that for our high explosive. And then in terms of our other shell, I feel like we need some sort of like armor penetration round. Enhanced effect gives us 16 kinetic penetration. The ballistic cap gives us 19. I know it doesn't do as much damage, but having that option for extra penetration seems like a good idea. Alright. Oh, we get 3 shell types now. Perfect. And then this gives us the actual damage. So we'll have a shrapnel shell, we'll have the heavy shell, high velocity, or the high velocity, high explosive. We'll have a ballistic cap. In terms of this, we've got heavy steel core for punching through. All-purpose incendiary. Oops. Fuel. We've got stabilized fuel. Oil. We've got purified oil. Paint. Maybe just go for a gray Matilda. I mean, Thumper was a rabbit, right? So he would be gray. The real Matilda has a 2-pounder, so yeah, I mean, we've got a solid gun. All right, assign it. Due to god darn it, we're too heavy. I need better tracks. Dang it. I need better tracks, man. Okay, well, Thumper's gonna have to chill then. We will make a Thumper, but we're gonna have to wait till we get better tracks. Let's get back out to here. Engineering Bureau. We've got to have a better track, right? Like, what do we got for tracks? We've got quite a few different tracks. But the one that I was interested in was this. Because this has a 27,000 weight limit. Like, are you telling me that I can't put that on my freaking, like, Matilda chassis? I would love to put that on my Matilda chassis. But the only thing that even shows up in the list yeah, the only thing that even shows up in the list is the Centaur. So that leads me to believe that that chassis can only have, like, British running gear. And that means that I'm going to have to get the next version of the British running gear, which is what I'm currently trying to get to, but we're not there yet. So in order to get through this, we got to finish getting through this. And then we get to choose one or the other. I don't know which one's going to work. So this is the Medusa Mark II. It has a mass limit of 35,000. This has a Medusa Mark I. Like, why would I go for the Mark I if I can go straight to the Mark II? 26 and 37. I mean, this is just better across the board. Like, why would I go for the Mark I when I could just go straight to the Medusa Mark II? So this is what we need. So once we finish this, we're going straight to this. So we got 17 days before we can start that research. We got 48 days to finish that. I need 11 more tanks built. Okay, we got our new resources. Keep it rolling. United States would like stopgap medium tanks. Protection, firepower hard, firepower soft, machine guns, front thickness. Okay. We'll have to consider... We got to make us a stopgap tank then. That'll be the next thing that we need to look at. Alright, 4 more tanks. France would like stopgap. I'm telling you, if we get a stopgap medium, we are rolling in the money. Okay. Now we should be able to sell off the tanks, ship them out. Ship them the cheapest way possible, thank you. That'll be a lot of money. What did we say? It was like $4.7 million that we're getting off of this contract. And we might as well go ahead and start the next line. Get more of these things building. They're selling like hotcakes. Doesn't hurt. But look at all these guys, like the polyvalent tank, I feel like we can eventually get to as well. And that might even work with this as well. But the stopgap medium, I mean, they're requesting so many of these between, if the United States wants them too, like between the two of these guys, we need to come up with something. I mean, we could even look at that hull that we know, I think, would be a stopgap medium. Which was, the T-28 hull. I know that was what you were talking about in terms of the gun sucks. But this was the stopgap medium hull that they want, right? Make a tank with ungodly amount of armor. I mean, the problem with that is the weight. Like, we need to be able to support the weight is the problem. You have a weight limit for your tracks that you can run. Alright, what can we throw in this thing? We've got the Armstrong V8. This is 402. I think that's the best option at the moment. Something else we need to look into is apparently the Armstrong V8. Maybe we can modernize that thing. Alright, so for tracks, this thing can at least have multiple different types of tracks. Including this, which allows us to have a much higher weight limit. $300, $337. What is this, 34,000? Oh yeah. We'll take some German tracks on this thing. The fact that they're angled up is a little bit sketch because now you're going to potentially run into the skirt a little bit, but we'll take it. In terms of, I mean, they want all of the machine guns, right? So we want to try to have all of these filled. .540. The Sturmpanzer Aus F335V1 is not quite as good as our Universal Mark IV, so we can throw the Universal Mark IV on for this. In terms of our main gun, I think that our gun is going to be the better option here. Just looking what they have. I feel like the 6-pounder that we have is probably going to be a good option. In terms of the smaller guns, we have the Vickers or the Maschinengewehr. I need to go through and look at potentially making some Frankensteins. So the Vickers is a 181. The Maschinengewehr is a 300. I mean, it's a no-brainer. So we'll throw them in there. And we'll throw another Maschinengewehr. Everybody gets a Maschinengewehr. Alright. Now we get to figure out how we're gonna outfit this thing. So, driver, commander, gunner, loader, mechanic, commander, gunner, Alright, so this guy's going to be a commander, gunner. Okay, so that fulfills those. Now we need somebody to fulfill a role as a loader and a mechanic. So we can get a loader, gunner. What can the commander do? He can either be a gunner or a loader. Can't do both. Or he can't do mechanic. The only thing that can do mechanic that I can think of right off the top of my head is a mechanic and a driver. And I don't want to take away from my driver. If we throw another loader, if we throw a loader in here, like, we're gonna be low on our mechanic. Or we're gonna be overworking our mechanic, I should say. But I don't know what else I can do about it. I think that's about as good as we can get. That maxes out our commander, our driver, our gunner, our loader. We have a little bit too much loader. Who's doing loading? We've got an actual loader. Can you do multiple things? What are you doing? Commander, gunner. If we do gunner, then this guy could potentially become a mechanic. Can we have a mechanic gunner? We can. Okay, that fills it right there. That's what we needed to do. All right, so that maxes out our crew. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right, so this is a medium tank. What up, Zach? How's it going? Well, we got to add everything else in before we go crazy with the weight. In terms of this, we've got the increased charge. We only have 2 shells to play with, or we have the high velocity, high explosive. I think we go with the high velocity, high explosive round. And then we need some sort of armor penetrator. Just in case. Actually, we need something for damage, I think. We need firepower hard and firepower soft. So that gives us 44 firepower hard. Primary weapon. Well, what if we go with something else? Like if we went with this ballistic cap shell, for instance. That drops our firepower hard. Okay. Just looking at the options here. Okay, well, what if we go with the increased charge? That gives us a little bit better firepower hard. I mean, we're just using similar types of shells, though. That's the problem. Like, they don't do a lot of damage. They don't have a lot of penetration. I feel like we need something that has penetration. This has a respectable amount of damage and better penetration. I'm probably overthinking this, but I'm thinking about like what we should be doing. Alright, I think we go with that. This should be fine. Alright, in terms of what are we going to run with our others, firepower soft was the other thing that they like, so let's make sure that we have the best that we can there. We'll have heavy steel and some incendiary. Here we'll have stabilized fuel. And we'll have high resistance oil. Paint? What color should we paint this thing? I feel like we paint this one brown. Just to get everything looking the same color. Alright, so what do we call this thing? Like, I feel, wait, how much do we have left? We have, okay, let's go to armor. Oh, we can't actually change the armor this way. We would have to change the armor on the hull before we create this thing. Call it Shocker. Alright, we got that. Shocker Mark 1. Okay. And assign. We do have spare weight. But hopefully this will meet their expectations. Okay, because if that's gonna fit the gap for the stopgap, then we're on the right track. Because that'll be a lot of money potentially. What else was I doing? We got a contract. We're already shipping those out, right? Yep. We're just waiting for those to be delivered. We're currently building those. Probably ought to get some resources. So we've got our Stinger. Let's try to get enough to buy 90 more. Could get it from Europe or Asia. Let's go Asia for now. What up, Tomasis? Appreciate you dropping in. Sorry I didn't see your name in time. The Titan. We'll save Titan for a bigger tank. I feel like we're gonna get into a big tank at some point, and I feel like Titan would be a great name for that. What up, Captain Brian? Appreciate you dropping in as well. All right, Stinger Mark II has been delayed. Shocker. New tank has been revealed. The Rock Island Arsenal M3E2. M3E2. What are you looking at? Oh, it's the M3 Lee, but the E2 version. $6.4 million. Do you think I'm that stupid? I am not spending $6.4 million to buy an M3 Lee. Ain't no chance. Espionage Center. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, this is just where we can buy, like, trophy tanks and stuff. That's what they're calling it now. Okay. Fair enough. Well, nobody has any trophies available, but they do have a lot of, Wait, what do we have here? I don't see anything new. They said there... Oh, maybe it's the Lynx Oust B. Because I think this one was here. This is new. Hans Kampfwagen 4 hull with the Quick 40 75mm. Interesting. 6 new components. $6.1 million though. That's a lot of money. I think we'll hold. Okay. Armor piercing composite ballistic composite rounds. I mean, go figure. We would get that researched. All right. I also wasn't paying attention. We apparently had slots open for research. I'm dumb. Alright, so firepower, we just unlocked that. So now we can go for the long barrel anti-tank, or we go for the machine gun. A base of Mark 136. Or we go for the 6-pounder 57 caliber. Or is it a I think it might be a 50 caliber. 6-pounder. 57 is probably the millimeter, so it's probably a 57mm 50 caliber gun. That would be my guess. I kind of want it. But I also know that we probably ought to be looking at potentially getting... I mean, we got the machine gewehr for now. So So this isn't the biggest necessity. Explosive munitions, I feel like that would actually be a pretty good thing. But I literally have to go this way to get to that. I think we go for this. And the other thing is over here, so we want to go for this one. That's going to take a while. 157 days. Alright, Mats, appreciate you dropping in. Yeah, thank you, Cujo. Sorry I missed that. Alright. What am I doing? I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting so tired. So my brain is scattered at the moment. Alright, so what were we doing? We were looking at the T-28 medium haul, right? Like we could absolutely make this better. This will give us, like, the ability to have a Mark II version already. U3 steel, improved Krupp, or the Wotan cemented. Okay, so this is 30, 20, 15. I mean, it's just better, so the Wotan cemented just seems better. Okay. And then, of course, we have our semi-cast. And then armor protection. So what do you think we should do for our armor protection on this thing? Like, I don't know how much this is going to make the weight even crazier. But you were saying like 60 millimeters? I mean, that adds an extra... Your granddaughter got your her first tooth. Nice. I think he said something like 60 mil on the front. That adds literally 2,000 pounds to this thing. $27, $27, $15. Just go like 30, 30, and 30, and then bring this up to like 20. That is a thick boy haul right there. But it should be really protected. I don't know if it'll be worth it. I feel like that's going to be real heavy. Assign. Why not? To put that into perspective, this one weighed 13,000. This one is going to weigh 7,000 pounds more. Oh, brother. 8,000 pounds more, even. Hopefully we had 8,000 pounds to spare on our other one. I don't remember how much we had to spare. I might have went overboard. Let me go look at our design real quick. How many thousands of pounds did we have to spare? So for this thing, we had, let's see, 4,000 will put us at 30. I think that's too much. I think we overdid it with the hold that thought. Let's go back in here. I think we overdid it with the top thickness. I think we can bring the top thickness back down a little bit. Alright, let's try that again. So, if we go with armor protection, take the top thickness down. Oh, can I not? Okay. Well, can we not clone it either? You're gonna make me go through everything again. Dadgummit. What am I doing wrong? Alright. Let's click that, click that. Click the Mark IV version. Click our best version. Click our best version. Our best version. Armor protection, we want 60. 30. 30. 30. We'll go like 17. Alright. That should be within reason. Other things we want to look at is potentially upgrading our guns. So let's look at our 6-pounder that we currently use, the Mark I. Is there anything that we can do? We have no muzzle brake. We are using the Mark II versions on everything, right? Yeah, so there's nothing new that we can do with the main gun. Okay, what about this? So let's look at the machine gewehr as the starter, because it's between that and the Vickers. I mean, the Vickers is technically better for starting. Okay, so let's start with the Vickers and see if we can't improve upon the Vickers. I don't think we will be able to, because these are all like old variants. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to. I guess maybe we start with like, if we look at, okay, we might be better off looking at this machine gewehr and trying to improve on it by using stuff that we have better of. So if we've got the machine gewehr, it's got this. Like if we go with the Mark IV version, we're going to lose a little bit of accuracy, but we don't actually lose accuracy because it's got the same accuracy. We gain rate of fire. So it's just a faster firing version, or can we not do that? Did I not click on the goddamn components? God, I need the blueprint. Thank you. Alright, so we want to look at our Tier 4 version. So again, they weigh the same, and we have the exact same reliability, repairability. We have the exact same accuracy, but we gain rate of fire. Okay, as far as the barrel, again, This barrel is a -9 accuracy. This has a -9 accuracy, but this has 18 range, 15 rate of fire, and 9 secondary reliability. So we could throw a big old water jacket on there. Or we could go with the thickened fin barrel, which would give us a little bit less range, but a lot more accuracy. We lose the rate of fire. Or no. No, we don't. We actually, yeah, we lose a little bit of rate of fire. We lose our range. This has 18 range. This is -9 range. That's a negative by quite a bit. So yeah, that would drop us. I'm trying to think of like overall accuracy. I do like the look of this though. It does look sick. So this is a longer barrel, so we get a little more accuracy. This has a better rate of fire. So if we just look, rate of fire currently is 47. We're going down to 46. We're going from, we're getting 24 accuracy. I feel like that's worth. I feel like going for the accuracy here is the best bet. I know we technically lose a little bit of firepower soft here, but, I mean, what else are we losing? I mean, just... It's just range. I mean, the range drop is pretty nasty. I don't know why this would have such a worse range. Now, you would think a longer barrel would be able to hit further away. And it's more accurate. So I don't know how a longer barrel is less range. I think we just go with the composite barrel. All right, what do we got for the magazine? What up, Ernie? How's it going? Need to develop the Browning Mark II. All right, so what do we got in terms of the cartridge? So, or the magazine. We want to get the best magazine possible. The simplified belt-fed magazine gives us a higher rate of fire, better anti-ricochet. We are going to lose a little bit of repairability. We're also going to get more damage. I mean, that just seems like a win-win everywhere, right? Am I crazy? Yeah, I feel like simplified belt fed seems like a great idea. Alright, for the stock, what are we looking at? So, the best stock that we can use is the Mark III. So, we currently have, so we're going to get a little bit more accuracy. We're going to lose a little bit of gun elevation. I feel like that's not ideal. We are going to lose, or it's going to take one less gun point. So, there's that. We get we get better gun depression, but worse gun elevation. So if we go with this, that's simply going to make us better, but gun elevation is 24, gun depression is now 37. I feel like, depending on where this is... If this is meant to go anti-infantry, which I think most of the gun placements are on the tank, it's not like it's an anti-aircraft mount. So we don't really care about elevation as much. Gun depression seems like a much better... Okay, I think that's probably our best. Alright, assign it. We don't quite have enough people. Can we hire more? Sure can. Hire them. Perfect. 58 days that'll take. All right, so we now have a new primary or a new secondary weapon that should be much better. So this version of the gun is going to have a total. This is the V2 version of the machine gun there. It's still only going to have a 317. Is that worth? I mean, it's better than the regular machine gun there, but it's still technically not as good as the Vickers. Also, am I crazy, or did I just literally turn the machine gun into a Vickers that's slightly worse? The only part that's different is the actual, like, firing mechanism. The machine part of the machine gun. This is just smaller. Interesting. Well, we made the machine gun there better. So in applications where this was the better option, like on our stop gap tank that we're trying to design, aka the Thumper, or what do we name it? The Shocker. This would technically be better? Question mark. We'll see. But we'll just let that do its thing. Alright, well, I forget what we're doing. We have 18 days left. Oh yeah, we're waiting for these to be delivered. New contract for stopgaps. We're not there yet. I'm waiting for the design to be finished for the Shocker Mark 1. Okay, we officially finished that. We're up to $9.5 million in the bank. Beautiful. Look at all these stopgap tanks that we could be selling, man. It's a lot of money we're missing out on. Alright, we just finished the early welding, so let's see what's next for our structural. Do we go for the semi-cast riveted assembly? Or do we go for the heavy support hull? This is the Churchill hull. I feel like we want to go for that. Let's go for that. Get the big boys. Time to get into the heavies. The big heavies. And then this is the Churchill Mark II hull. And the heavy Cromwell. Slowly but surely we're getting through all this stuff. A stopgap tank? Well, I'm assuming... I don't know exactly what... I mean, you can see the role that they want it to fill. Like, so what they are after is a tank... like the M3 Lee. Apparently. The M3 Lee is what's being offered as a competitor. So this first time I've actually seen two competitors in a market. But this is an earlier version, this is a later version. So something like a M3 Lee apparently is what they're after. But they want good firepower soft, so good machine guns. They want protection, so good armor. They want good firepower hard, so good main gun. They want front thickness and front ricochet with rate of fire, accuracy, shock penetration, machine gun mounts. Like I said, like you would think that our Stinger could somewhat fit into this, but it really doesn't. Because the other things that you gotta look at is, like, mass-wise, like, we're fitting the mass, no problem. Crew performance is too low, because they want better aiming. They want better crew awareness than we're able to give them. Mobility. They want better obstacle trench width. Better cross-country speed. The biggest detractor to us is this, though, protection. For the hull and the turret, specifically the turret. And unfortunately on this platform we don't have any extra weight to play with to make it like a thicker turret armor. But yeah. Unfortunate. We'll just have to hold up for a little while longer. As soon as we can build a stopgap tank. United States for more stopgap. I'm telling you, they all want stopgaps. We're missing out on so much money because of it. Alright, so we have plenty of resources for the time being. We're continuing to build more tanks. We're researching here. We still got 22 days left on the design for the Shocker. We did just finish that. Let's go in here and see about potentially making a better turret. So our turret that we are going to be using a lot of is the new fancy turret. This thing right here, Close Support Mark 1. So if we do that, can't do anything there. Can't do anything there. So we are missing out on quite a bit here, but armor protection, I mean front thickness, I mean that's pretty thick. Like if we just do that with the casting, alright, what does that get us? So 934 or 931 to a 960. Can we even put that turret on top of our Stinger? I feel like we did, didn't we? Have we tried that? Like, have we tried just upgrading the Stinger? Hold on. I may be, like, wasting time here. Like, have we tried just upgrading the Stinger? See, the problem is we're right up against, yeah, we're right up against the limit. So if we swapped this, for instance, oh, god dang it. If we take this, copy the design, go in here, swap this for the next version. See, that puts us over our limit. Okay, what about tracks? Can we do anything with tracks that might be able to get us more? The Matagot gives us 16,000. So we could throw these tracks on here. God, those tracks are hideous. You can definitely tell that this is made for the Pegasus tracks. Technically, this would work. That would get us a little bit more max here. This thing's hideous. I hate the look of this thing now. I don't think this is anything I want. I don't like it. As far as the main guns go, let's throw our big old fat 6-pounder in there. For the secondary, it's 317, or the Vickers is 328. I mean, the Vickers is just better. We just go with it. I mean, technically, we could make this work. It's freaking hideous. Okay, so the driver could be split. So we could do like driver mechanic. Okay, he's already split. So he is driver mechanic. We've got commander. Could do mechanic gunner. Still need a loader. If we do loader gunner, we don't have enough. We have to go like loader. Okay, so we want loader gunner. Just be mechanic. And then driver. Gunner. That takes us away from our mechanic. Okay. This guy is just a loader. Then the only thing we would be short on is the mechanic. That would probably be our best bet. I wish there was a way for us to like... Oh, wait. Where did this come from? The medium stop gap. Oh my god! We found out... Dude, I have been missing this tab this whole time? This whole time? Like, if we're... just select the stop gap. Because I feel like they all want the same thing here. Alright. How would it feel? Like, roll attributes. Okay, so... Oh my god, man. This is a game changer. How have I missed this all this time? They want 99 millimeters of front thickness. So this is what we actually have over here. This is what they want. Dude, this is huge! Will a modified Stinger take less time than build a stopgap from the ground up? Well, that's what we're kind of looking at. I feel like we honestly have been missing this tab this whole time, man. How have I not noticed that before? That is such a big deal because it allows me to specifically target a specific tank instead of just trying to guess. Oh, man, I'm an idiot. Alright, so from a firepower soft, they're wanting 16, we've got 54. From a firepower hard, they're wanting 163, we're a little bit short in that direction. And remember, like, those are the big ones, right? Firepower soft, firepower hard. They want those as well as protection. So we want to try to fit that as best as we can. And I feel like as soon as we get in here and do this, like, we're going to be fine. So, like, if we go for the, Tier 3 HE shells. Wait, what was the other thing they wanted? It was like, shock, wait. It was shock something or another, wasn't it? Alright, let me look again real quick. It was shock penetration. Okay. Shock penetration. Also, we don't have enough machine guns on this tank. That might also be a thing. So we want shock penetration, which this has a lot of, so that is perfect. So then we can just throw like an increased charge shell in there just to get a little bit extra. In terms of this, I mean, the heavy steel core seems pretty good for the soft firepower. And then we throw like an all-purpose incendiary on there for a nice backup. We've got our refined fuel, or no, resistant fuel. And then our high resistance oil. We're still lacking in the protection side of things. Specifically in kinetic resistance and front thickness. Firepower hard is still a little bit lacking. Namely due to rate of fire and accuracy. And then firepower soft, I mean, we've more than smashed that, like that's not an issue. So we've crushed that, so we don't need to look at that. Our primary weapon, I mean, that's about as good as we're going to get for that. I mean, yes, it sucks that we're a little bit lacking, but we're not that far off. So I feel like that's as good as that's going to get. Protection is where we're hurting. Alright, now this is the part where I'm going to lose my freaking mind. Alright, clear that. Let's leave this behind. Let's go to our one that's currently being worked on, which is the Shocker Mark 1. I'm going to select that freaking stopgap roll and see how well this is going to fit. Alright, so again, stopgap roll. Protection, we are very far off. We are so far off. We've got plenty of front thickness, but front ricochet is way down, kinetic resistance is way down. Turret, same thing. Firepower hard is down. Firepower soft is there. Alright, so this is actually a waste of time. The shocker needs to be revisited. We need to come up with a better design for the shocker. Something that focuses on protection. Now we have 34,000 pounds to play with. Now, when we were going to do this, we actually have was this one, and then it was this one. This is the new haul that we were coming up with, right? So we're gonna start that as, let's go back to the stopgap. Where'd you go? There you go. Select this, please. All right. From a protection standpoint, let's see how we do. Armstrong V8. I mean, I feel like the other thing that we're going to have to do eventually is actually, like, go in and look at our engines. But we'll throw that in there for the time being. And then, I think it was this one, 337. I think that was correct. And then from the turrets... Okay, so here's one downside. So we're kind of stuck with our turrets. Let's go there. And then this, we want the new turret. Where is that fancy schmancy turret? Can we not use the fancy schmancy turret? Am I crazy? Like, is this what... I mean, this is what we currently have. Why can't we use our good turret? What am I missing? Does that turret just not fit on this hull? Because I know we got a tier 3 turret. Maybe the tier 3 can't fit on a tier 2 hull. In which case we need to go in and revisit one of these. And we would want to give it... what? Front thickness is fine on this, so we would want to look at front ricochet angle and kinetic resistance. Or no, front thickness on the turret we would need. And kinetic resistance. Okay, well. What about the Sturm, whatchamacallit, or thingamajig? Does this fit? Because this is a 540. $87 out of 239. Versus 98. Like, this is apparently better than the other. so we're looking at 520 there. We're looking at 540 here. I feel like if we go in here... Crap. Alright. I'm sorry that I'm taking so long. I'm just now learning how to use this after all this time. I know, this is probably crazy. Can we buff the armor on the shocker after they come out? Unfortunately not. You have to basically come up with a new design. Alright, let's go into turrets. So, out of the turrets that we have available, I want to filter to tier 2, please. Okay, we have tier 2. So we're looking at the Sturmpanzer turret. Like I said, starts with 540. And then the other one is this universal turret. So if we select a stopgap so that we can look, I want to throw this in here. So if we go with this, go there. Rotating cupola. I mean, both of these are exactly the same. Put that on there. This is stealthier, but we lose crew awareness. Gives us 8 crew safety and 5 crew aiming. Not worried about any of that. Lose a little bit of crew awareness. Let's go with that version. Go with that. Didn't we select this? Stop gap. Select. Alright. So it wants 99 front thickness. I can't get to 99 front thickness. Like, it's actually impossible. Front ricochet, they want 40, or they want 22, we've got 41. And then kinetic resistance, they want 118. Like, if we just pump everything all the way out. Yeah, that doesn't help. Protection-wise, we're at 107. Like, this turret physically cannot get to what they want. Okay? So let's try the other one. Let's try the Sturmpanzer. Alright, let's go with that. go with that. Okay. Select the roll. Every time I do this, I have to reset the roll. It's kind of annoying. Okay. So armor protection. How much can we get now? We get the 31. That gets us to our front ricochet. But we're still nowhere near the kinetic resistance. We're still nowhere near the front thickness. So, is this the, like, kinetic resistance is 30? Is there a better version of kinetic resistance? No. Like, I'm doing the best that I can. What am I doing wrong, man? I feel like we need a tier 3 stopgap. I truly do. I don't think anything that we're going to do is going to satisfy what they want for a stopgap, because they want a tier 3 stopgap. That's what they're after, right? Yeah. So, I don't think we're going to be able to fill that role. Not yet. Do we espionage them? No, we just get our... we got to get to tier 3. That's all it is. Like, you got to remember, we're in tier 3 technically right now. We're just having to develop everything. So, we've got the new... we've got the Matilda Hall. I forget if we've gotten everything at this point, so let me just double check everything. So we should have the Matilda Hall. So if we select the stopgap tank, and we go for the heavy Matilda, so we've got this. Let's go with the Matilda V2. We'll go with the Armstrong V8. We'll go with the best tracks that we have available. But here's the... Yeah, so I was going to say, here's the problem. We don't have tracks for this thing yet. That's the big issue. But, just to see if it's possible, I'm going to go through and try to figure this out. So we've got this version. Yeah, we're much closer on that. All right. What can we do? Let's get into the thing. I gotta look at that turret again. We gotta get that front thickness to 99. So let's go into our turret. Let's go to that version of the turret. Let's cancel that version of the turret. Actually, we'll just go through and start a new version. Alright, throw that on there, throw that in there, we've got nothing there, nothing there. Okay, so this is it, and then we gotta have 99. We can't get to 99. We can get a lot closer, though. I mean, 92 is close. And I mean, the front ricochet's there. The kinetic resistance still isn't there, though. Man, we're just struggling out here. But I mean, this is still a better version for the stopgap that they're talking about. Alright, this is the best version that we've come up to so far. So let's assign that. What is the difference in weight between these two? So this is the one that we currently have. And this is the one that we're working on here. Weight is 1921, 2400. Whew. She's a chonky turret. Alright, let's get rid of that. Remove that. Alright. We'll stick with this one that's got the thicker front. Let's see what we can do with that. How do we get new turrets? Yeah, we can espionage new turrets or we can research them. But again, the problem with espionage is either we wait for trophy tanks or we spend $1 gajillion, and we don't really have the money to spend $1 gajillion. So like if we look at this, the only thing that I could think of, and we really don't know until we look at it, like I would assume this is a tier 3, right? So this is the off Panzer IV, right? The not Waffen, yeah, the Panzer Kampfwagen 4 is what this is. $6 million to buy this thing without going for the other version. So I don't know if I want to do that. We do have the Russians as well. We already have this thing, so we don't want that. Yeah, these don't offer us really anything. The Slavovar. I mean, this is looking like a T-34. Yep, it is a T-34. See, I'm not crazy. But I wonder if they would have a better front thickness. But that's 4.5 million. I mean, that's at least a little bit more. Potentially. And then the M3. I don't even want to think about that. A, it's too expensive, and B, it's definitely not worth it. So of the two, either we go for the... We could potentially get the Panzer Kampfwagen 4, which would get us a lot of new stuff. Potentially a better turret, but also the gun. The gun's probably better. It's a 75 millimeter 48 caliber gun. So I would assume that's better than what we currently have with our 6-pounder. We also have the Maschinengewehr Aus F334. A new engine, new tracks. It's expensive. What is the difference between these two? I mean, the turret's the same. $75.48. $75.48. So those are the same. This gives you a better Maschinengewehr. Okay. So this would, I'm assuming this would be the tier 3 Maschinengewehr if we were to get this one. Again, that's $6 million. Do we pull the trigger and buy a Panzer Kampfwagen 4? T-34 was one of the best tanks of the war, they say? Yeah, unless you were a crew member and you got trapped and couldn't get out. But I mean, it is cheaper. It also has a 76 caliber 40 or a 76 mil 40 caliber gun. And we don't get a machine gun if we go for that. I think we go for I think we go for the Panzerkampfwagen 4 Aus B. Do we try it? Oh, it's a lot of money to go for it. I swear to God, if this shows up in a freaking trophy soon, I'm gonna lose it. We've got the money. I'm going for it. We're getting it. Make it happen. I need a stopgap. This thing will pay for itself if we get a stopgap out of it. That investment seems stupid right now. For sure. I don't argue that. But from a reverse engineering standpoint, I feel like this is going to be huge for us. Because this should be a tier 3. Wait, do we not have to reverse engineer it? Like, if I buy the tank, do I not reverse engineer it? That would explain the cost. I'm so confused. Yeah, here's the Panzerkampfwagen 4 hull. Oh my god. So if you buy it through espionage, you don't have to reverse engineer it. Interesting. Alright, well, let's just build a Panzerkampfwagen 4 and see if it fits the role of the stopgap. Let's just do that. So we got the Panzerkampfwagen 4. I think I will just do all of the things that we can. So yes, this is, do we go with the French or ours? Or the Russian, I guess this is Russian. So 10, 14, so kinetic resistance is something that we're after. So we would want the MIG welded version. Right. We are losing quite a bit of our reliability. We got nothing there. Tier 3. I mean, this is Tier 3 Mark II. So this, in theory, would simply be better. We are losing crew safety. Somehow. Agility is lower. We got lower crew awareness. Like, this is just a better light. The transportability is the big difference here. So we lose some transportability, but it's just a better light overall. Do we go with the ventilated hatch, or do we go with the ribbed hatch? I mean, again, the Russians seem like they would be the better option here. So operation range, rear thickness, and structure, all better. We reduce our reliability. So repairability is the same. We gain rear thickness, and we also gain operational range. So I feel like that is the better option. For the ventilation system, this is the better option. Also, anybody else wondering why, like, the better option is Russian? Like, what did we get Russian that is tier 3? Shouldn't this be German? Rheinmetall should be German, right? Like, we did buy the Panzerkampfwagen 4. But this one is just better. We can add the extra ammo. If we select stopgap medium, roll attributes, protection, I mean, we got plenty of front thickness. Front ricochet is not good. And kinetic resistance is a little bit low. Did they just goof up on that? Like, that's gonna bug me, I ain't gonna lie. So if we look, let's filter by tier 3 so that I'm not just completely inundated with everything. So the Heavy Matilda versus the Panzerkampfwagen 4. So as you can see, their Panzerkampfwagen is already just better than our Heavy Matilda. But which of these, if the two were put in here as the stopgap, which would show as the better option? So obviously front ricochet is probably going to be better. I mean, technically the Matilda's got a better front ricochet. So this might be one of those times where we go in and re-engineer the Matilda hull. So if we take the Heavy Matilda hull, and then we put all of our new stuff on it that we can. Because we got a lot of new stuff. Okay, and then we do the stopgap. So now we would have a better front ricochet, slightly better kinetic resistance, man, this is a tough one, man. It really is. What up, Johnny? How's it going, Mr. Video Game? Are you creating tanks to sell to any nation? Yes. Or are you creating tanks for a specific nation? So, basically, I'm trying to fulfill, like, we are a contractor that can sell our tanks to anybody, essentially. Right? We currently have the United States, France, Germany, Russia, and Britain, and I forget if we grabbed Italy or not, but basically the major powers is who we are targeting. And right now there's a big demand for a tank called a stopgap medium tank, and so I'm trying to figure out the best way to fulfill what people want out of a stopgap medium tank. So this gets us a little bit better front ricochet because the Panzerkampfwagen doesn't have quite as good of a sloped angle, I guess. I just hate that it keeps swapping me out. Let's grab that. Yeah, so this only has a 16 front ricochet, whereas our Matilda has a 30. Is that enough? Either way, we score a 169 out of 175 with this, and we score a 169 out of 175. Oh wait, that was the wrong one. Whoops. 136 out of 175. So the Panzerkampfwagen 4 hull is better. I know that's a shocker. All right. So we'll do that. We'll go with this. Grab what we can. So from a firepower hard standpoint, we're doing good there. They want 27 shells. We've got 66. Front thickness is good. Front ricochet still, I mean, that's the big downside here. And kinetic resistance, I mean, we're at least close. So, I mean, this is as close as we've gotten so far to meeting what they want. So I think we just go ahead and go for that. Assign that. That'll take 22 days to come up with. And then we need to look at turrets. Let's look at turrets. So our current turret that we're working on is this one. If we can come up with a better version of that, or better version than that, with this, then that'll be ideal. And considering this one started with 916 and this one started as 931, I feel like this is the better turret, but it all depends on the front thickness, really. So let's see what the front thickness of this thing is, shall we? So again, it can't quite hit what we want, which is unfortunate. We get 67. $67 versus 92. I mean, this just seems like this is the closest that I'm going to get. We don't have the kinetic resistance. This gives us a little bit more kinetic resistance. This gets us much better front ricochet angles. I feel like this one is our better option for a turret. Alright, well, glad we know. Now the real question is, can I make that better with anything from the German? Like if we were to go in here, can we actually do any better with the German version? Even though it's not showing up as German. So this is stealth. Again, we're just gonna do this. And we know that this is what we want, so we gotta max that out. Okay. So, looking at the two, I mean, really, for the role, all they care about is armor. So none of this really matters. We've got 10 crew aiming, 10 crew safety, so we get a little bit of extra crew safety, but we lose crew awareness with the British. And we lose a lot of stealth if we go with the German. This is lighter, probably because it doesn't have a freaking spotlight hanging off of it. So we gain quite a bit of crew awareness. Top thickness, top ricochet. This gives us better top ricochet. Does that help anything? Not particularly. Also increases our crew safety and our top thickness. Hurts our structure, so the repairability. We'll try it. We'll go with that. I think that's about as good as we're going to get for this particular turret. Okay. Save the design. So, of the two turrets, this is the V3 version. It is worse in terms of this. I think the primary thing that we're losing here is the repairability. Actually, the repairability is better on this than it is on this. Crew performance 231, so we're getting a little bit more crew performance. Reliability is the same. What are we losing on this then? Top ricochet? I thought this was supposed to have a better top ricochet. Alright, well look, this is clearly worse, so we'll just get rid of it. We'll keep this version. It's going to be done in 22 days anyway. Or no. Thought this was being worked on. Clearly not. 42 days. It'll be done. Alright, so we're going to have a Panzerkampfwagen hull with this turret on top. Now we need to look into our gun. So, which gun is going to be the better? We're going to select the roll. Appreciate you, Johnny. Alright, so if we're going into this, we've got the Quick 40 75 48. Or the 6-pounder. Well, this Quick 40 seemed like the better option. So let's go in here and see if we can't come up with some good options to make this thing even better, maybe. So obviously we've got to have that muzzle brake, but is there a better mechanism here? So if we go to roll attribute, god darn it. I hate having to keep selecting that. I wish there was a way to like pin that as the roll that I'm looking for. Okay, so they want rate of fire and accuracy. So the things that we're looking for is rate of fire and accuracy. This is what we currently have, 16 accuracy, 14 rate of fire. This would give us a little bit more rate of fire. But drops our accuracy substantially. Okay. So this is the best version of that. Fair enough. What about here? I mean, again, accuracy and rate of fire is what we're after. This seems to be the most accurate by a mile, so that's a no-brainer. And then in terms of this, we want rate of fire and accuracy if we can. And obviously this gives us the most rate of fire. We do lose gun depression. This is just better. Okay, so that is the best version of this gun that we can possibly make. So we've got a British breech, and everything else stays the same. Okay. Armor, we can't do anything armor-wise on that, so we will save that. Let's cancel this machine gewehr, because we now have a better version of the machine gewehr. I don't even need to look at it at the moment. How am I still playing this over 5 hours? Dude, it's easy to get lost in this game. It really is. Like, you start playing and it just time flies by because I'm trying to like get through everything. But let's go ahead and assign that. That'll take 38 days to get through. So now we've got a new main gun. Okay. Now let's look at this now. So we have the machine gewehr. We can't interchange any parts off of that, apparently. Yeah. Okay. So, with that being said, engines. We need to figure out what's going on here. So we need... find out who's got the better engine. It looks like the Germans have the better engine. Shocker. So our H12 is not going to cut it. But weight-wise, our H12 is better. So, like, is there anything that we can do to make these better in between them? I feel like if they're already better, they're probably just going to be better. Yeah. I feel like the Germans are just better at this than the British. Okay. So we don't need to worry about that. And then this is the German track. Alright. Well, we can't really do anything with this either, I don't think. Well, I guess we could. Agility is higher. I don't know, agility is the same. We get a better... crew performance drops, repairability drops. Okay. I feel like this is the better option here, but We're gonna lose a little bit of road speed. Get a lot of cross-country speed. So it doesn't really matter which one we go with. This is the better version. So we'll go with that. And then this one. Is better. Okay. Man, we got a lot of stuff that we're gonna have to do. All right, so that gives us an engine that we're ready for. The running gear that we've got to research, the hull that we've got to like engineer, the turret we've got to engineer, the gun we've got to engineer. Okay. Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot. Okay. Well, so what we're trying to do is we've got a lot of people asking for stopgap tanks, so I'm trying to come up with a way to get a stopgap tank so that we can capitalize on all the money that we're missing out on currently. We just spent a lot of money to get the Panzerkampfwagen 4 so that we could potentially get a better tank overall, and only time will tell if we made the right call. Russia would like some polyvalent tanks. We don't actually have that. We did just finish the reverse engineering of the engine. Is there anything else? Might as well reverse engineer this. While we're at it. This is the T-28 hull. Alright, let's keep it rolling. France would like a stopgap medium tank, shocker. British would like airborne tanks. That I can deal with. Stingers. Competitors offers the Tetrarch. 229. Yeah, you've got nothing. Alright, so you're saying up to 96 tanks, huh? Alright. Well, how many are we currently building? So our goal is 180 tanks. We've currently got 37. I don't know how long it's going to take to actually get to 96. Let's give us 30 days, because that's 30 days from today, right, is when that'll expire? Yes. So 30 days from now, this one will expire. So we want to hold until we can get close to that. This one will finish in 28 days, so we should be fine. Okay, finished the medium tank, or the track. So what else did we need? So we've got the turret, the gun. Okay, that was the hull. Okay, so was it the tracks? Yes. Get that assigned. we're already doing that. We're already doing that. Okay. I clicked the wrong button. Oh, I'm getting tired, guys. Gonna have to call it a night soon. But I really want to get this stopgap tank. I think we're finally onto something. Okay, we finished reverse engineering. They would want some infantry tanks. Well, what would you like for an infantry tank? You don't want a Stinger. You don't want any of that. Okay, so I'm assuming an infantry tank is going to be something much thicker. We'll have to look into that next. But we don't have that option. So the one thing that we do want to look at is our airborne tank. We currently have 56 tanks available. We've got 9 days left. Information available. In review and ongoing. A trade office is necessary. Oh, okay. Yeah. Alright, so... obviously we want to do the Stinger. We already know that that's going to be 229. We want to give you 96 tanks. Can we give you 96 tanks in 3 months? I'd like to believe we can. But I also feel like I'm going to shoot myself in the foot. So what if we bump this up? Let's go for like August. And then we can drop the price back a little bit. There we go. Alright, so August 2nd. That should give us plenty of time. Because we also have to ship all these tanks too. Right, let's go ahead and submit that as our offer. See if it should get accepted. Okay, it has been accepted. We'll go ahead and start shipping. No reason to wait around. We've got some of these. We've got 60 of them in. I don't want to spend that much. Could ship 50 of them now. Let's go 50. And then get those shipped out. And then we'll have to ship 46 more. Okay, we finished the turret. Tank delivery delay, shocker. Okay, we've delivered 50, so we need 46 more tanks to deliver. Hans Lutz. I don't think we can get him, because I don't think we have enough relation. Yeah, didn't think so. What up, Aaron? How's it going? How is my Poplar Field and multiplayer series? You've made yours on Frontier and you think you've gone too far? Yours is over plots 42, 41, 40, 39, and 31. Jesus. Yeah, I'm assuming you're using the mods that allow you to plant a little bit easier. There's the new mods out that I think allow you to have like a 6-meter working width on the planter instead of the old school planting way. But yeah. I mean, ours is, I think ours is 24 acres. Each one of those plots, if you were able to do the entire plot, is, I think, in New Frontier is 16.14 acres. So if you did each one of those plots, then I mean you can do the math. That would be 1632. That'd be 64, and 16 would be 80. So you're talking about 80 acres of poplar. That would literally be like $8 million per year, right? That's crazy. All right, let's keep it going. France would like stopgap mediums. Okay. Alright, we now officially should have everything we need to make the stopgap medium tank that we've been looking for. So if we go with the Panzer Kampfwagen with the V2, and then we put the best engine available. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that's the best version. Okay. And then tracks, we go with the V2 tracks, right? This is slightly worse than this. We'll just go with the V1 tracks. I don't know. Apparently I screwed this up somehow. Remove that. Turret, we're going to go with our close quarters turret. For the gun, we are going to be using our fancy new gun. I lied, because apparently it doesn't fit in this turret. That is unfortunate. I mean, I guess it's to be expected, but it is rather unfortunate. So I guess we're going to be using the 6-pounder. Can't believe that that doesn't work. Maschinengewehr. Maschinengewehr. Alright, now if we look at our stopgap, select this, roll attributes. Protection, I mean, this is as close as we've gotten for the protection side of things. We're not quite there, but that's pretty close. And then obviously we're going to need to get our crew figured out. So we're going to need a commander. We're going to need a driver. Driver can do two things. So we can do driver gunner, driver mechanic. Probably going to go driver. We'll have a gunner. And then we'll have a mechanic loader. It doesn't get us the loader though. Alright, this gets us the best that we can possibly get here, I think. could just swap this guy to be just a regular driver. For expendables, let's go with the armor piercing composite, and we go with the high explosive, high velocity, and we have a third. Go with this, I guess. Alright. Heavy steel core. Incendiary. Tier 3 stabilized. And Tier 3 high resistance. Paint. Could go with the gray, since this is German. Even though we were going to do the Thumper. Alright, so what would this get us? In terms of protection, we're a little bit lacking. In terms of firepower hard, I mean, we're right there knocking on the door. In terms of firepower soft, we're crushing it. Is the firepower soft enough to knock us over the limit for the little bit that we're lacking? I hope. We're putting a lot into this, man. This better work. That's all I can say. The only downside is we don't get more than 2 machine guns. I almost think it would be better to go with the other turret. Because again, the firepower hard, I feel like we would get better firepower hard if we had the other turret. So like if we swap this turret for this one, for instance, we're going to lose even more protection. But that would allow us to use the big gun. Which gets us way more firepower hard. Gets us up to 156. Still need a loader, so let's throw the loader in there. So we got everything we need. Okay. So what do we get here? So this gets us a little bit less protection. But we crush it on firepower hard. We're crushing it on firepower soft. So I feel like if we get a better turret, then maybe we can make this work even better. So if we use this turret so that we can use the big gun, we're going to still be lacking in the overall protection. But I'm hoping it's going to be okay. Boy, I don't know, man. This game's tough. Okay. This game is tough. Estimating it's about 40-ish acres. Okay, so you didn't you didn't cut all the trees out. You're not using every one of those squares. Got it. All right, so the turret Alright, in order to use that particular turret, we've got to use the house turret. So I want to try to use the best versions that we can. So I think we're better off using this. This is better. Top ricochet. Slitted hatch works better. We got nothing there. And then we just max out the armor here. Again, not going to help us a whole lot in terms of protection, but it is better. So if we just go ahead and assign that, how long will that take? 59 days! Good lord! That is crazy. Alright, 59 days it is. I mean, we've waited around this long, might as well wait a little longer. How many more did we need to ship out for the contract? We shipped 50, so we should have 46, right? So we need 3 more. Okay. Let's go ahead and ship out the 46 needed. Got plenty of time. That'll be a nice paycheck. Contract for, again, the stopgap medium, man. They all want it. They want it so bad. And then the infantry tank. Well, let's take a look at what they want for an infantry tank. Like if we look at their infantry, I'm pretty sure this is a heavier tank, so the infantry tank. It's tier 3 infantry. Yeah, so they want, all of these are tier 3, so the infantry tank is a tier 3 as well. Focuses on front thickness, firepower hard, with kinetic penetration. Okay, select it. Okay. So, I mean, just right out the gate, if we were to use this, does that... Wait, what are we doing? It's the infantry. Infantry tank, I mean, this thing straight up as is. Is close. We would obviously need to fill our tank, so we'll go driver, commander, mechanic, gunner, loader. Set all of our stuff up. Alright, so how does that look in terms of overall? For protection, we crush it. Firepower hard, we crush it. Reliability, we crush it. Weight, we're a little heavy. Okay, so what is the biggest things? Mass is actually one of the primary factors. We're over the mass limit by a little bit. We need to be down to about 24,000. It is kind of funny that we could literally just make a Panzerkampfwagen 4 and sell it. And say, yes, this is what you want. I mean, this would probably work. We're only, what, 1,600 pounds over, or 1,600 kilograms over the mass limit that they want. What up, Mip? Appreciate you dropping in. What if we don't put the big gun on it? Let's put the smaller 6-pounder on. Does it still meet the limits? And does that get us under? No, we're still at 25,300. Okay. Well, in that case, what if we go with the heavy Matilda? Can we make this work? Alright, so for protection, we're crushing it. For weight, I mean, we're a lot closer. We're still slightly over the weight limit, but only by 471 kilograms. Turret. Firepower hard, we're not where we need to be though. And reliability is not where it needs to be either. So I feel like if we were going to do this, this would obviously be the better choice. Then again, that puts us back over by 1,400 pounds. We're still low on the reliability scale. Oh, we forgot to do the... Crap. Forgot to set the rest. Maybe I could have made this work. Hold the phone. Driver, gunner, or sorry, commander, mechanic, gunner, oops, loader. That gets us everything we need. Expendables, armor piercing composites with high explosive, high velocity, and increased charge. Heavy steel core, all-purpose incendiary, stabilized fuel, and a resistance oil. What does that give us? So firepower hard, we crush it even with this. Reliability is fine. We crush it. Hull protection is fine. Okay, so this would work. We're just over the mass limit. Now, will they take it if it's over the mass limit? Or is it a hard mass limit? I mean, we're only 847 kilograms over the mass limit. Would that be a no-go for them? Given the fact that we are crushing every single category that's not weight. Is that a no-go? Selected components. If we go here, it's 11,600. This would be 11,500. We don't really lose that much in terms of overall protection or attributes. So we could just go with this. Or we go all the way back to the V1 version. But we lose quite a bit of attributes if we do that. Okay, let's click there. Let's try that. Obviously, I mean, is there an engine that we can use that'll work that isn't too bad? So the Armstrong V8, 2,900 pounds. The BMW Inline 6 is 2,900 pounds. A little bit lighter than the V8. This is 4,000 pounds. You don't lose that many attributes by dropping it back. Like if we went with the BMW i6, we don't lose that much, but we do save a lot of weight. So if we go with that, and then we throw the Ehrlichen tracks on there. And then in terms of this, we want to go with close support is fine. Actually, can we get away with the bigger turret now? Let's try it. Let's try it. Obviously, if I can get away with it, I would love to use the big gun. Okay, so we want driver, commander, gunner, or mechanic, sorry, gunner, loader. That should take care of all of these. We actually need more mechanic. Okay, so who can, okay, so gunner. And loader. Loader, gunner. And then can we change this guy to a mechanic? Sure can. Alright, so that meets all of our needs. And then we actually have a bit too much of that, so is there any way that we can make this slightly better? Can we have like a mechanic gunner? I don't think it's actually going to matter. Might as well try it. Alright, expendables. We want to go with our APB or APCBC. That's a hard one to say, man. Alright. How does this look? We are under the weight limit. That's the main thing. We get the big gun. And we absolutely crush every category except protection now. Really. Ain't that a bite in the backside? So we lose the protection, but we crush everything else. And it's the turret protection that we're missing. How much more is it going to cost, or how much more to go for the close support? This is 2,400 kilograms. Let's go for this. We'll go for the smaller gun. Shame. And the machine gewehr. Alright, so we're still under the mass limit. We have the protection that we need. We're still going to have the firepower hard that we need. Let me get my loader. We meet all of our crew requirements. And let's look at our roll. So we're under the limit. We have more than enough protection. We crush that. We crush the firepower hard. We crush the firepower, or the reliability. So we meet all of the main requirements for the roll. They will absolutely love this thing. Perfect. Love to hear it. So we found a position for this thing now. This thing was going to be the Thumper. Mark 1. Okay. Assign. Due to exceeded limits. No, what exceeded limits? Hello? What have I exceeded? Volume? That's what we're over on? Okay. Well, how do we reduce the volume? Like, I thought I did a good job here. We're 0.9 over the volume limit. It's the crew. So driver, but that would take it down to 2. I mean, we could scratch the loader, and that would give us a 2 on the driver and a 2 on the loader. But would that get us under the volume limit? So if we scratch the loader, and then we go like driver loader. Oh wait, we can't do that. We can go mechanic loader. Now we don't have the mechanic gun, or we don't have a gunner. What have I screwed up here? Okay, we have mechanic gunner, driver mechanic. This mechanic can be a mechanic loader. That gets us what we need to at least meet the minimum requirements. We're still over the volume limit. Is there a way that I can... I really don't want to drop another freaking crew member. I mean, commander... I mean, we could use the commander to do something else. What are you capable of? Commander gunner, commander loader. So you can be a gunner or a loader. I feel like we don't want to lose any more crew. So we're going to have to figure out somewhere else that we can save some sort of volume. That doesn't do anything. Okay. Yeah. That does nothing. Okay. Selected components. Man, this is tough. What up, Cold Ninja? Oh yeah, we've been... I've had a few revelations recently about using this thing, first of all. I don't know how I've never noticed this before, but this is a huge, huge deal. Definitely recommend you use this. This comes in real handy. Because it allows you to do this, which is build something directly based off of what you're looking for, instead of just playing guessing games the entire time. I know, I've been playing this game a while, I should know these things, but I don't. Because I'm a dum-dum. We're still 0.2 over the limit. .2 over the limit. Like the next biggest thing is the BMW i6. Like if we go over here and we swap the BMW i6 for the Armstrong V8, is that going to save us volume? It does. So the Armstrong V8 saves us volume. But now we have a power to weight ratio problem. We get a bonus to power to weight ratio with this, but this puts us over the limit. Dang it, man. This gets us closer to the volume limit, but then we're over the limit, the mass limit. Dang. Dude, this is tough. This is actually tough. Like, I feel like the only other option I have would be to try to remove another crew member. Because I don't think anything else is going to stop me from being able to get what we want. It's either the BMW M6 or the BMW i6 motor gets swapped out, or a crew member. And if we go for a crew member, I feel like we have to have commander doing double duty somewhere. So we would have like commander gunner. We would have a mechanic loader, and we would get rid of the second mechanic. Then that would allow us to meet all of the options, plus we're under the volume limit. Like, this is bare minimum crew performance. It's not ideal, but in theory it would work. Yeah. I think that's the best way we can do it. So that keeps us within reason. We're also under the weight limit by a decent amount. As long as we still meet all of the requirements, we have plenty of protection, plenty of hard firepower, plenty of reliability. So I hope that the crew doesn't hold us back, but I guess that's the best thing that we can do. So this is the new infantry tank for the British. Let's hope that that's going to work out. What up, Christy? How's it going? Appreciate you dropping in. Hope you have a great night as well. Alright, assign it. Oh. Everything else is there. Just for whatever reason it took that out. Alright, the Thumper Mark 1. Go! Alright, that's going to take 45 days to research. Oh, man. We're going crazy over here, man. Okay. The other thing that we wanted to look at was our stopgap medium tank. I thought we were already doing that. Am I crazy? What were we waiting on to do the stopgap medium tank? What are we building here? I think it's a turret, right? We were gonna... Yeah, okay. So we're building this turret. Once this turret is done... Or is it a medium? Medium universal... I think it's this. Yes. This is what we're waiting on. 47 days left for that. Then we can do the stopgap. Lord have mercy. I'm sorry, guys. My brain is all over the place. I've been streaming for 6 hours, and I'm tired as crap. So I do apologize. I'm a little bit scatterbrained at the moment. We're waiting for these to be delivered. Okay, that contract is completed. We got money in the bank again. We're back up to 7.99 million. Love to see it. Alright, now we do have 2 days left till we get that. Long barrel anti-tank cannon. Let's freaking go, baby. Let's go. That is the 6-pounder Mark II. So let's go back into firepower. So we just got that. We do have the composite rigid, or we go for the multi-purpose cannon. This is the 6-pounder 75mm L37. So I don't know what the... Why do they call this the 6-pounder 57, and the other one is the 6-pounder 75? Because when I see the L, I'm assuming that's like the caliber of the gun, right? The length of the barrel, 37. Whereas the 75 to me tells me the bore size, right? Am I crazy? This is a 50 caliber, right? So 50 length with a 57mm shell. It's so confusing. And then this is the 60, or this is the 75-37. So do we go for the composite rigid rounds, which gives us more kinetic penetration, or do we go for another multi-purpose cannon? These are the questions we all ask. Or do we go for the machine gun? Could go for the machine gun. That is the other thing. I mean, we do have the machine gewehr. Which is a tier 3 weapon. But we could do this. It'll take 112. Let's go for the machine gun. Alright. Still waiting for this to finish. We're still waiting for these to go. These are both... Okay, this is the infantry tank. That finished, right? Or are we still waiting? Okay, Thumper is 40 days out. Okay, so that's going to end up not being capable of being done, unfortunately. But next time the infantry tank pops up, we'll be able to sell them. The Americans want a stopgap medium tank. Tell me something I don't know. Also, we just unlocked our heavy haul, so we can officially do a Churchill. So for structure, we just unlocked this. We do have the potential to go for this, or we go for improved casting. Improved medium gets us the Valentine. Let's get these semi-cast riveted, I think. That'd probably be the better bet there. What up, Mr. Folded? We've been going crazy trying to figure out the game. I'm learning a lot of new things that I've overlooked in the past. So, yeah, pretty happy with everything so far. But we're starting to catch on. Slowly. I'm a bit dumb. You guys already knew that, but you know, sometimes you gotta... Oh my god. We have a production hall accident. 131 casualties? How? Good lord. Well, I mean... The fact that we just had 131 casualties in an accident tells me that there's a freaking major problem. Alright, let's make that 575, please. 575, please. Thank you. Perfect. So we're back up to full power there. No harm, no foul, I guess. Well, there was definitely harm involved, but nothing I can do about it. Okay. An ad just scared the crap out of you. Sorry to hear that. Alright, so we got 17 days left on the turret, then we can create the stopgap tank. We've got 15 days left for the infantry tank to go into testing. We're getting there, folks. I promise we're getting there. Rival tank captured. Fenrir Oust FC? Are you joking? No, I don't want that. Why would I want that? That's not going to do me any good. Get out of here. You're crazy. You're crazy. They just want me to spend money on a garbage tank. Why would I want a relic like that? Put it in a museum somewhere. Speaking of museums, when is that going to come back? When are we actually going to get to use the museum? Alright, so we do have the new tank. The Thumper is ready to go into testing, so let's test drive this thing, shall we? I mean, it seems to be pretty solid in terms of overall ability. Not the easiest thing to drive in the world. Good looking tank too, honestly. I've seen much uglier tanks. It does feel like the tracks are a little bit slippery for some reason. We've had this in the past where like tracks seem to be on ice sometimes. I think that's kind of what we're running into here. Just a little bit. Overall, it seems to do pretty well. Easily smacks that, no problem. We sniped the vehicle on the back. Nope, we missed. Okay. Pull up the machine gun. Spray everybody down. Perfect. Keep the machine gun active because we're going to need that in the next area. Yeah, see, like, when you hit something with this, it just, like, throws it. It's kind of like it's on ice. Look at it spinning. See what I'm saying? These tracks seem to be... There's something wrong with these tracks. Again, just as a reminder, this is an early access version of the beta. Also, if you guys weren't here for the beginning of the stream, this game is officially on sale right now on Steam. If you guys want to check it out, you get 25% off of it on sale. But, yeah, this is, I think, the third thing that we might have to report to the developer. The gun elevation here. Apparently we cannot look up with this gun. There we go. Like, we're really struggling to get it to aim down and aim up. I will kill that motherfucker. One way or another. Dead or alive, you're coming with me. Sorry to hear that, Folded. Hope things get better for you, brother. Alright, Jordan, appreciate you, man. Have a good night. Get some rest. I'll be shortly behind you, I would imagine. I don't think I'm going to be streaming much longer. As soon as I get this stopgap tank that we've been working on for 2.5 hours or whatever it is. As soon as we figure this out and find out that it's going to work perfectly, then I'll feel much better. Yeah, I'm not sure why this thing feels so off. It's got to be the tracks, right? Smash that, and we finish. All right, and now we can repair the faults, or the flaws. So we get in here, go in here, go into our design with Thumper, repair the faults. $123,000. All faults have been repaired. Okay. So now that that's done, the Thumper should be good to go. That'll be our infantry vehicle for the British. And now we still need to get the stopgap tank. Two more days left on this. Perfect. Stopgap tank time! Alright. So, just as a reminder, we want the stopgap tank. Click on that. It was this one, this one, this one, which can't. We just waited for this. It has to be this one, right? Gotta be. Okay, crew. We need a driver. We need a commander. We need a mechanic. We need a gunner. We need a loader. Perfect. Expendables. We need our armor-piercing. We need our high explosive, high velocity. We need those. We need the steel core. We need the all-purpose incendiary, stabilized fuel, and high resistance oil. And then in terms of paint, I think we're going brown on this one. Alright. So, from a stopgap standpoint, we are lacking in the overall protection. We are over in terms of firepower hard. We are crushing in firepower soft. Okay. We're well within our weight limits. We're well within the volume limit. Alright, well if we swap the turret out, I thought this was the whole purpose of this was to do that. Alright, let's try swapping this for the close support turret. Which means we're stuck with the little gun. Which means we're... wait. This is the new little gun. Forgot about that. pretty sick. Alright, so we got the new little gun, and then we got the MG34. From an expendable standpoint, throw that in there. Throw that in there. Paint is fine. Zoom out. Let's take a look at this thing. Alright, so now we are much closer on the protection. So we just wasted all that time for that turret for nothing. Much closer on the protection. We are now lacking in firepower hard. We're crushing in firepower soft. Ah, man. So it just comes down to whether or not the protection is better. Or the bigger gun is better. Well, I can tell you this right now. I don't know exactly which one of these is the better option. But I know one thing. We need to come up for a name, and I'm going to try both versions. I'm just going to make two different versions of it. I'm going to make one with the smaller turret and the smaller gun. And then I'm going to make one with the bigger turret and the bigger gun. And see which one is more likely to sell. That's what we're going to go. So what do we come up with for the name for this stopgap tank? What would we call a stopgap tank? You know, when I think of something called a stopgap, the first thing that comes to mind is a plug. What do we call it? A stopgap. We are going to have two different versions. One is going to be the 6-pounder, so there will be a 6 PDR on there. And the other will be the what is it, the 75, 76, whatever. The Wall, the Terminator. Things made me pull my hair out at this point. Seriously. We gotta come up with a good name for it, because we've been working on this freaking thing for so long. It deserves a name. The PETA, pain in the ass. The Seal. Let's call it Venus. I don't know why. I just feel like calling it Venus. So this will be the Venus 6-pounder Mark 1. Aside. Before finishing. Oh, did we not? Oh my god, the crew. Seriously. Why do we not have a loader? Put the loader in. Everything else good? Okay. Assign. Alright. Now we are going to copy. It's not going to let me, is it? Okay. Same thing. Only this time we're going with the big. Alright. Selected crew. We'll have a driver, have a commander, have a gun, mechanic, gunner, loader. Everybody is done. Beautiful. Expendables. We want to have our APCBC. Lord. It's so hard to say. My brain does not want to say that. Alright, and we made that one brown, so this one is going to be green. And this one will be the Venus. What is that fucking gun called? Quick. Venus 75. How about that? We'll call it the Venus 75. MK1. Assign. Perfect. Alright, so we are working on both of those. They'll be done at about the same time. I don't know which one is going to be the better option, but we'll have both just in case. And whichever one ends up being picked by the stopgap folks, that is the one that's going to take over. Because I am done trying to figure out what a stopgap is. At least it's not flex tape. There you go. Alright, so 53 days and 57 days respectively. I don't know if the Americans are going to be calling for infantry tanks. I don't know if I want to go ahead and build any infantry tanks. Or it wasn't the Americans, it was the British. I don't know when they want to call for their infantry tanks. I guess we do have the option to potentially, like, initiate a infantry tank contract if we wanted. So, like, if we want to do that, we can go in here. Never mind. Can't do that. Back to the factory. Do we go ahead and just build some of the infantry vehicles? Alright, we currently have 47 in stock, and we've got another 17 coming. So that will put me at 64. Okay. I think I will build some of these. Like, I'm pretty confident they're going to want the Thumper as an infantry vehicle. Or do we just wait and see how much they want to... How many can we build? Let's go with, like, 35. How long it'll take? 90 days? Oof. 90 days to build 35 of those suckers. I feel like we gotta wait. I gotta wait. I'm just so worried about building something that I don't know that people want. You know? Like, I'm pretty sure I did the design well enough, but I also am not 100% sure, so I think we'll just wait. Okay. Got our new running gear. So let's go ahead and do that. Mobility. So we got our new running gear, so I guess now we go for the diesel fuel. Could go for the new engines as well. If we go for the diesel, we go into heavy diesel inline 6. This is a twin diesel inline 6. This gets us into better running gear. Gets us our heavy running gear, which I would imagine we're going to need for the Churchill. Alright, let's just keep it rolling. Let's skip these and go straight past them. Because this will get us the ability to build a Churchill. A stimulus check? Yeah. Alright, let's keep it rolling. Like I said, hopefully the British will come through for... They want airborne tanks. Alright, well let's see what they want in terms of the Thumper. Yeah, Thumper's not going to work for the airborne. We know the Stinger does. We know that they want 102 of them! Dear God! Clearly, we just need to build more freaking Stingers. All the Stingers. Good Lord. Alright, well, build more. Forget how many we said we were going to have. We've got, how many building? We got 6 more left. That's going to put us at 64. So, what I just say? 106? 102. 102. So we would need another 38. 38 more of them. Minimum. Alright, well, Stinger Mark II. Let's get at least 38. But, I mean, I'm thinking we just go ahead and go for, like, another 90. Not 900. Okay, we can do 96. That's fine. Get it done. There goes a lot of our resources. Let's go ahead and get into the Stinger. Try to order enough for 102 of these, shall we? Africa, you got enough? You do. Perfect. Alright. Get some materials on their way. Alright, now we've got, what, 30 days? 30 days from today. Perfect. So as soon as the Venus is done... Actually, we don't want it to be done. So right before the Venus is done, rival tanks, the Balder Aus F.A. We get Daimler I-6, the Sturmpanzer Auf. Do we really want that? Not really. Like, I don't think there's any world in which case we want this at the moment. Like, everything else, I mean, when we bought the other one, I think we've got the better deal. Well, let's just keep it rolling. Okay, production is completed on the Stinger. Perfect. Resources have arrived. Beautiful. Stop. Alright. So if we go into the contract center, go into here, grab our Stinger, view the competitor, buy it, 241 now, huh? They've made it slightly better. Okay, so they want 102. We'll give them 102. We're currently at 75, so we just need less than 30 of them built. So we should have plenty of time. Should have plenty of time. Alright. I'm not even going to worry about anything else. That should work. That's going to get us $5.5 million. Okay, they accepted. Let's go ahead and start shipping some of these tanks out. We'll ship out 50 to begin with. Get them out the door. De Morgan. This gets us a lot from the French, actually. I think that would be a good buy. Let's go ahead and buy that. We'll start reverse engineering that sucker. That's a lot of new stuff from the French. That's their tier 3 medium. Alright, we'll get the hull. We'll get the engine, I guess. And we'll get the turret. Just make sure that everybody is working at the maximum capacity. They are. Good. Alright. Okay, we've delivered almost half. So we need another 52 tanks to be delivered. We're at 31 right now. So let's go ahead and send out another 30. We can do that via... Did I click the wrong thing? I did. Let's do another 30. And we can do that through these guys. The United States would like a stopgap medium tank. Well, soon enough. Alright. Well, before we even get into it, let's look at what they want. So if we look at this, now we have those in there. So it's the Venuses. So we got the Venus Mark 1, the 6-pounder, and the Venus 75. So the 6-pounder is the one that they want the most of. Good to know. So we will scrap the Venus 75 and stick with the Venus 6-pounder. Alright. Now we know. So it was the protection that they were after. So the firepower was not enough to overcome the protection. So what we will do, we go in here, should be able to archive the 75 version of it, or just delete it. We'll archive it. We don't need it. Alright, so we will test drive the Venus 6-pounder. We can test drive this eventually too, but it's less of a priority. Can you upgrade the other buildings? Probably. I will say this, the tracks seem to be getting really wonky all of a sudden. Now these are the same tracks that we had trouble with on the other tank, so it's got to be the tracks. So the Panzerkampfwagen 4 tracks are having some slidey boy issues. Let's go ahead and pull out the machine gun. I think you're actually meant to do it from up here. But we can't look down. What if we go with number 3? It's the one that's actually in the tank itself. Oh god. We're drifting. Perfect. Nailed it. We'll hit them all eventually. Yeah, these tracks feel like I'm on ice. Alright, Folded, have a good night, man. We sniped it. Let's go. Alright, well there's our stopgap tank. Now we should be able to go in here and choose that design. And then correct the faults. We have a ton of faults. Almost $300,000 worth of faults. But we fixed that relatively easy enough. And if we go to our factory, we should be able to start producing those. How many do you want? That's the next question. How many are you willing to buy? 96 of them. Holy crap. Okay, well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. They want them by October. You want them by October. So in a month, you want 64 tanks. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work out. But I will definitely, now that I know you want them, I can definitely start to look into buying them, or building them. So we got the Venus 6-pounder. Again, what is the maximum? 96. How long would it take me to build 96 of these things? I can't even build 96 of them currently. I can build 80 of them. It'll take 244 days. That is crazy. 244 days. Dang. We got to work on our production. Alright, well, we're going to start building 80 of these things. Because we know the French are going to want them. We know the Americans are going to want them. So, regardless, they're going to get bought. And we're back down to having no money. So, we're going to get in here. Grab the Venus 6-pounder. And go with 80. Africa can't do it. Asia could. Oceania could. Let's go with Oceania then. Alright, so we may not be able to fulfill this contract yet, but at least we'll have them on hand to fulfill a future contract. But just to be sure, it is the Venus 6-pounder that they're after. Yeah, 984. They really want these. They are all about that. Like I said, you can see the part that they really want. And you can see, we're still losing 616 points on the protection. I mean, I don't want to spend $300,000 to look into the M3 Lee's score on something that I'm not even going to be able to fulfill. But we do have 30 days. We'll see how many of them we build in the 30 days. What else can we upgrade? Is there anything that I can do to, like, speed things up? We've got the casting hall. This just reduces the production costs. I feel like that would be a good idea. Might be something we go ahead and do. And then welding, maybe? So we have 5 of 8 facility slots. Just to look, so the Venus is requesting what exactly? It's our most modern of the 2 tanks. So the Venus has hardening, welding, casting, rifling, milling, and bending. Okay, so casting I feel like is something that's going to help. Okay. All right. So when we're in here, let's look at, we already got the casting upgrading. Milling was another one. It's going to give us a 5% bonus. Might as well. That gives us 6 of the 8. Welding. Oh, we can't build more than 2 at a time. I forgot. Okay, well, in the meantime, we will just continue doing what we're doing. purpose designed MG. Oh, we just finished our new machine gun. Hire more for third line. That is something that we could look into. That is something that we could look into. I've been trying to balance the budget up to this point, so I've been kind of chilling a little bit. So we did get our machine gun. Do we go for the munitions now? Or do we go for the composite? I feel like going for a tier 3 munition for our soft is probably a good idea. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. But I think I am going to call it here. I mean, I've been streaming for 7 hours straight, guys. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. We've had a pretty decent audience the entire time that we've been streaming this. So if this is something you guys want to see more of, please let me know down in the comments below. I will absolutely be looking into streaming more of this. It is something that I enjoy. So if you guys like what I'm doing, punch the like button, leave a comment below, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and as always, I will see you in the next video. Appreciate you guys. Have a great night.